Okay, good morning to everybody in our public that's here today. The first bill is 563. That's a bill relative to the adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. I am the prime sponsor for that, so I'm going to be handing the gavel over to Representative Spilsbury, who is our vice chair, and he will be conducting this hearing. Okay, let me go to my chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on HB 563, and we'll begin by hearing from the prime sponsor, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the funding committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Grafton 5. That involves Haverhill, Piermont, Warren, Benton, Landaff, up in the Connecticut River. HB 563, which I'm introducing, is a bill that's relative to the education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. And if you have a copy of the bill, the components of this bill that I'm introducing are highlighted. What I want to mention is that there are three primary, or a number of real priorities which we have as an education funding committee. Fixing the adequacy budget, looking at special education costs, and looking at things such as CAT aid and the components which are within this, and to be looking at other areas such as building aid and career technical education and higher education costs. In this bill right here, there are several changes, and what I'd like to do is just look at those changes and say, why is that occurring? The first portion is that where we've reflecting in there a cost of $42.66 as our base cost. That is exactly what's projected based off of last year with a 2% increase. It comes out to $4,265 and some odd cents. That's I've rounded it off on this bill. And within that bill, we've looked at various inputs which contribute to that $4,266 per pupil, and parallel what that cost is with those components, and also allocated or identified component costs associated with that. And those costs and those items which that 4266 looks at are the same components which were put in our initial legislation when it came out of the Estabrook study back in November 2008. Going on down, there's additional costs for differentiated aid. The amount that's stated there of $23.93 is what is also projected in the budget right now that will be coming forward with the 2% for FY26. It's based off of what we have had in the past, and it just moves forward in that way. That item is for free and reduced meals. The item C on line 10 of that, $832, is the same. And, it's been increased by the amount that's for FY26 for English language learners. Those are two areas of differentiated aid. The third area of differentiated aid addresses how we look at special education and fund that within the adequacy formula itself. There's other ways of funding this through the catastrophic aid. This does not deal with that, and we know that there's issues with that, with the $17 million shortfall that we have, and we're prorating that down to the 67%. We're aware of that, and that this issue will be addressed, not through this bill though. However, We do know that every time we increase something on the left-hand side of that formula by $100, $4,200 to $4,300, $4,300 to $4,400, we are jumping our budget by about $100 million. That is going to be very hard to sustain. However, we have a responsibility, a constitutional responsibility, to ensure that we're providing the opportunity for an adequate education for all students. In looking at the special education component of differentiated aid, there are three categories. These are the same three categories that are reported to the federal government under IDEA. Category A is a category which deals with if you're in the classroom for at least 80% of the day. Category B with an IEP, and there are 13 classifications of IEPs. This is not built upon IEP need or disability due to the fact that many students have crossovers between, they have multiple handicapped areas, they may have traumatic brain injury, they may have another category, physical, OT, physical therapy, all that. They do, a student can have different IEP disabilities, and so therefore we're doing it based upon the reporting that we do for IDEA, which so if it's 80% or more of the time, that's the category A. If it's less than, you're in the room for only 20% of the time, then it would be category B. And obviously that's a more costly, weighted need. And so what we're trying to do is through this bill, introduce, as we did last year, what came out of this committee unanimously went on to the Division 2 in Finance, and it was incorporated into the bill, which we sent across the aisle or wall. The third category, category C, identifies those students which are being schooled in their IEP homebound, in a hospital, 504 type medical situations, or in a residential placement. And it's obviously going to cost more there. So we have a figure there which identifies that, $7,648 per pupil. I understand that there are going to be those saying this is not enough and that this doesn't meet the true costs of that. You're seeing that in the CAT aid, we have to spend up to $70,000 before we get any support at all, and we are short there. This bill has been submitted because we know that there's been agreement with these categories in the past, and that it will be part of the discussion tomorrow when we have a work session to really filter through and address how are we going to look at this whole issue of funding the differentiated aid categories. Are these the proper weights? That will be determined at that body. And we'll also be looking at the other side of the coin is the CAT aid, because they are sort of mixed together here. And we're going to have to filter out how to fund this accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, that does cover the changes which we have there. There's other issues which we know we have to address with special education CAT aid, special education aid. I call it the wrong name now, old fashioned, I guess. Proration has to be also an adjusted figure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for introducing the bill. So would you agree with my understanding that this bill tracks almost exactly the bill that passed out of the House last spring?
That's correct. Other than
with minor adjustments to the figures.
That's correct. Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I was looking at existing law in this second part, 198:40A, Part 2D, and it has the words receiving special education services anytime during the determination year. And I don't see those words here. So maybe those are unnecessary, or what do you think?
I would think that that would be a discussion item for tomorrow. But we also have folks, I'm looking around the room right now, we have folks from the department present. I don't know if the director's here or not. I saw Ms. Fredette. She's here also. Hiding behind Brian. Yes, I think that's a question to ask ask them.
Could I follow up?
Yes.
So just regardless of what it says, but let's talk about whether it's a good idea or not. Because this sounds to me like a school could boost their payments several $1,000s just by giving someone special education services for a day, right? Rather than somebody who's really, permanently or often gets special education services.
Well,
Does that seem like the right thing?
to get special education services, there's a whole process which you have to follow in accordance with our state procedures spelled out in rules and in conjunction and paralleling federal law. And there's a referral process. There's by the teacher, by the parent. You go through the IEP meetings, and there's just many steps. I have yet in my life to see an IEP that's for a day. It's not logical. Although, you may have a person that comes in and comes to your school in the last 30 days. That's it could be handicapped, as they may need some help even during the summer months. So you would go through and have that IEP meeting and the determination of what kind of objectives you're going to have, what are going to be the goals of that IEP. So this can be developed anytime during the course of the year, but you got to remember your funding is based upon previous years. It's not on the year that you're in.
Any further? Yes, Representative Ames.
Good morning.
Good morning, Representative.
Well, I think this is a great advance on the existing single number arrangement for differentiated aid for special ed. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about how the three numbers were arrived at. So you got three categories, and there are obviously best estimates of costs in each category, and maybe you could flesh that.
Okay, the first category A is that which has been projected in the FY26 budget now. So it's just coming up from the previous year with that 2% interest, Representative Ames. And when you get to category B, the $3,278, that's based on a 0.5 of that additional cost added on to that base. And for category C, the 7,648, it's the same process. It was just multiplying that by another, I believe it was a 1.5, or I'd have to look at it. It's been a while since we put this together. I know that when we had the commission study, we were looking at even like a 4.9 or something such as that of a weighted of the base. So that was if rounded off to 5. So if your base was at that time $4,000, you can figure we would be allocating 25 grand. I think that the numbers here are not what we have to really. The concept that we want weighted formulas. If you look at numbers of states, we are one of the very few states that weights all our IEPs, the 13 categorical areas, all the same. That is just not sustainable on the part of the schools. And this is why we're seeing folks saying, and the most common comments I'm getting about our whole budget formula is from school districts saying special ed costs are just going up high here, and our population's decreasing. Not so necessarily with the special education. In fact, the ratio we have, still we're up in the 30,000+ number of kids that are receiving IEPs versus was basically the same back 10 years ago. But our demographics certainly going down. There's a lot of unfunded costs based upon the singular weighting. We need to look at that concept of weighting, and I think we're all in agreement. There's got to be some kind of a weight given. Exactly what it's going to be, the 4.9 or this one you see right here, that's up for discussion. And one of the guiding lights is that we see out there with Cat 8 right now that people are complaining. You know, I can't, the difference between 34 million and the, that we allocated for that versus the $17 million on top of that as actual costs, that's not sustainable. And this is not really sustainable either. We need to address it. And this has been introduced because it was very much liked and appreciated by the committee last year. And it was same thing, I believe, in Division 2. It's just that the cost figure is what we got to look at.
Yes.
One follow-up is just to nail this down, the what you referred to as CAD aid, but we're not supposed to do that, is high-end, special needs, very high-end in terms of cost, is not touched by this.
We will have legislation to address those 640 some odd kids or thereabouts that
Yeah.
are receiving that CAD aid. And we know where, based upon, and there are folks here in the room that can tell us where the majority of those kids are within that spectrum and what the costs are. That is another part of law, which is not this, as you well know. But when we had the committee last year, and you were on it, the subcommittee where we had you from Ways and Means, and another person up there sitting in front of me from Ways and Means, and then we had some from Finance, and we had those which were policy. We all saw that this process needs to be looked at seriously and recognize that weighted formulas and differentiate may be one of the ways which we address this.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So just to summarize, as this committee goes into work session, this bill brings to us the component of differentiating the special aid categories that may change shape.
It gets away from the singular amount of money within our costing formula, yes.
Okay, and the other component regarding the formerly referred to catastrophic will also be with us at the same time.
That's right. We will be looking at that as, you know, I have a teleconference coming up with folks from Arkansas tomorrow, looking at what they're doing with special education aid and their foundation formula, looking for all other alternatives, other approaches. I think we have to be open to that in terms of this area, this component of education.
Very good. Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'm going to call Representative Margaret Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for hearing this. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry. I serve Sullivan District 7, the towns of Plainfield, Cornish, Newport Unity, and Charlestown. And I'm here today to basically back up what Representative Ladd just said. Serving on the subcommittee on education funding last year, like a number of us in the room did, I felt that this differentiation in categories for special education was one of the best ideas that came out of that subcommittee. I'm just here to advocate for that idea. I know that the next bill talks about a lump sum for special education that you'll hear this morning, but I find that that's kind of like firing buckshot at a target. You're wasting ammunition, you may hit some of the target, but it's not really a wise way to use your resources. And I feel like the targeted categories send our money to the places where they're needed and makes differentiation, because there really is differentiation in the kind of services that are provided. So I'm just asking that, as you may disagree on how much and what percentage to make these categories, I really hope that as you go forward with this, that you will support this theory of really differentiated aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? So you would be perfectly comfortable with the idea, if we evolved it that way, to have even further categories, further differentiation?
I think
I'm
it's
aware
a
that other
great
states do
start.
that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call Bonnie Dunham. Good morning.
My name is Bonnie Dunham, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and my family. I'm the mom of a now adult son who receives special education services, and I find this bill to be one of the most dangerous ones I've seen in recent years. If a school district would receive an additional almost $1,100 for a child with a disability spend most of their day served apart from their typical peers instead of in a general education classroom, and then $5,000, more than $5,000 additional if instead they place that child in a fully segregated placement instead of in the general ed classroom with supports. That gives a tremendous financial incentive to place a child in a more restrictive environment. I strongly believe if this bill passes, we'll see fewer and fewer children with disabilities learning in regular classrooms alongside their friends and neighbors, brothers and sisters, which would be a tragedy for both children with and without disabilities. In contrast, the federal IDEA says to the maximum extent appropriate, children with disabilities are educated with children who are not disabled in special classes, separate schooling, or other removal of children with disabilities from the regular environment occurs only when the nature or severity of the disability of the child is such that education in regular classes, even with the use of supplementary aids and services, cannot be achieved satisfactorily. Later in the analysis of comments, they note that the intent is that the funding mechanisms support the LRE, least restrictive environment requirements, and do not provide an incentive or disincentive for certain placement decisions. This does. My husband and I worked very hard with our school district to ensure that our son, Sean, who's a complicated young guy, received the majority of his education in general education settings with his typical peers. He needed a full-time paraprofessional to support him. He had a behavior plan. He received a lot of services because he needed them. And accommodating his disability sometimes required creative, collaborative problem solving. But in addition to learning academic and functional skills, he was able to model appropriate behavior, language, and social skills from his peers while they learned from him. His education in general education classes and inclusive extracurricular activities prepared him to be a fully participating and contributing member of our community, which he is. When Sean was in school, there were several children whose special education needs were pretty similar to his, who spent the majority of their day in a separate special education classroom. The cost to educate those children in their self-contained classroom was probably about the same as to educate Sean in the general ed setting. In fact, he might have cost a little bit more. But under this funding scheme, the school district would have received $1,000 more for those kids than they would for my son, even if he cost more. It just doesn't make any sense to me. That would have essentially penalized the school district for serving him in the inclusive settings that so clearly benefited him in school and in his adult life. I really can't imagine how horrible his life would be today if this bill had been in effect then. Yesterday, someone who apparently came from the future referred to, used the term a Category C student. What a stigmatizing label. Children with disabilities don't need another label, and they don't need to be referred to by their placements. And if you think that categories are important, please base them on how much the child's services cost, just like we do with special education aid. Why not mirror that and provide funding based on the actual cost of the child instead of the placement? I suspect that once a child gets that Category C student label, it'll be really hard for them to move into a Category B or a Category A because there will have been that self-determined stigma that comes along. 2 years ago, an almost identical bill was introduced, and then there was another one. Neither passed. There's a reason for that. But here we are again. It doesn't make sense. Please recommend this bill, ITL. And if you think you need categories, base them on the need, not on the placement, because sometimes a placement in a regular ed classroom can be more expensive. And so don't penalize school districts because they do the right thing for kids. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the personal perspective. Representative Guire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming and taking my question. You said twice that placement in a separate room could be cheaper than in the regular room. And can you explain more detail how that can happen?
Okay, so if my son had been in that special education classroom all day, he wouldn't have needed a paraprofessional. He may not have needed a behavior plan because that was a pretty structured, like hyper-structured and structured environment. Because he did need those services, because the law says you can only be pulled out if, even with supplementary aids and services, your needs cannot be met there. His could. And so even if it cost a little more, he had a right to be in that regular ed classroom, and it made a huge difference in his life. When we go out in town, people know him. They don't know those other kids. When they went through the graduation, he got lots of cheers because everyone knew who he was. When those other kids got up, none of the other kids knew who they were because they spent their day in a little room separate from everyone else.
Yes, Representative Mahegan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in, and thank you especially for your testimony. I recognize the dangers that you're highlighting, but I'm assuming that you sat in many times in the IEP sessions with the IEP specialists. Do you imagine that they would have treated your son any different if they had been motivated by funds, or would they have, since the mandate is to put your son in the least restrictive environment, would they not have pushed for that instead of pushing for a higher payback?
Sometimes the line between a child, what placement is appropriate for a child, can be pretty fine. And on the surface, it would have made sense for him to be in a special ed classroom. But we were able to find, by being really creative, the right combination of supports for him so that he was able to be in that regular education setting. So people would make decisions, I think, based on that. It would be easier to do that. At town hall meetings, people would be saying, those category C students are the reason our taxes are so high. Now they just say kids with disabilities are the reason.
Your insights are invaluable to this committee. Do you suppose that if the school had been offered more money to put your child somewhere else, they would have changed his IEP in order to get more money, or would you have pushed with a consultation that was going on? Would you have pushed to keep him in the least restrictive environment?
It would have certainly made it a very attractive prospect for them to suggest that maybe he would have been better off in that special education classroom. I would have fought to my dying day for him never to spend his time apart from his peers. He is an individual who is just a person before he is someone with a disability.
It's good we have parents.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Very good. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Next, I'm going to call Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center, New Hampshire. I'm also an attorney, and I've practiced in the area of special education law for quite some time. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill, but I have to say it's reluctantly, because I really understand that your committee has a very challenging charge here, and we are, you're working diligently to try to figure out a way to support schools and provide the funding that is needed to educate all of our students in a rather challenging time, right, budget-wise. So I think that the issue that we have with the bill really is that it's really distinguishing those it's the category A and category B that would be created here. Because I think what it would do is unintentionally perhaps result in students who are in their public schools who have disabilities being sort of siphoned off for increasingly longer periods of time into more restrictive settings. And that, as you heard from Bonnie Dunham, is just really harmful. Kids have a right to be educated with their peers in the least restrictive environment. And if that can be accomplished with supports in the regular education classroom, that's what they need to have. And so the way that I read this bill, and maybe I missed something, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that for students who would be placed in the regular education classroom for more than 80% of the day, there would be the lowest amount that would be added on in terms of adequacy. For students that are placed in the regular education classroom for 79%, 78%, 75%, there would be a bump. And so although, people are people, we all come to these IEP meetings with the student in mind and, the effort to place them in the least restrictive settings. But as you heard from Bonnie, like there are times when it is actually a bit more complicated to place a child in the regular education classroom for most or all of their days. And so it seems like having this kind of differentiation would disincentivize those creative discussions to make sure that students are getting what they need to enable them to be in that less restrictive setting. I'm less concerned about the students who are placed out of district and providing additional funding to reflect the additional cost, because I think that it is still such a high cost for schools to place students in out of district placements that this wouldn't necessarily incentivize that. It would probably, and I understand the difficulties with special education funding, that formerly known as CAT aid, because schools have to expend that money first, and this would provide a little relief for that. But really, I think that we want to make sure that schools have what they need up front, if possible, to provide the services that students with disabilities need to be in those least restrictive environments. So that's why, as written, we would oppose this and encourage you to think about whether it might be amended.
Thank you very much. So as I understand your concerns, they relate more to perverse incentives, notwithstanding the current law requires least restrictive environment. Do you share the view regarding stigma that was expressed by prior?
Definitely. I mean, we don't live in a world when students graduate, we live in a world where we're together, right? We want all of our students to be people in our society who are embraced and included in our society. And by segregating students based on disability really early on, we are basically teaching everybody else in the school, these are other, these are different. These people aren't like you people are. And I think that is how we start creating stigma.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Papavici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to apologize briefly to my colleagues and to everybody in the room for being late. I was under the mistaken impression the hearing started at 10. I apologize, but I hear you, express concern about both a perverse incentive in terms of different levels of funding by category and then in terms of stigma by categorizing. Could you tell me what are your current concerns today with the current system where students are categorized as special education funding students? Therefore, there would be a stigma. They are given additional funding. Therefore, there is an incentive to categorize them as special education. How do you feel this would be different with this bill versus the current system?
Well, I think that right now, we have a federal law that requires schools to educate students with disabilities and understand and recognizes that it is more expensive overall to educate students who have disabilities. But we are not drilling down to the point where we are, through our law and our funding scheme, influencing where those students are going to be educated or how their education is going to be delivered. So I think that is the difference here.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? I'm not asking whether you have language prepared, but when you said that perhaps there's an amendment that would address your problem, conceptually, what would that look like?
I think what the amendment would do instead would be to increase, one idea would be to increase the amount of adequacy for students identified as needing special education by a fixed amount that's higher than we currently provide, or figure out a way to perhaps pay up front some of the special ed aid, formerly known as CAT aid, feels like artists formerly known as Prince, but to figure out a way, if there's a way to pay some of that up front, because we know it is when a student's least restrictive environment to receive a FAPE, a free appropriate public education, is out of district, that is extremely costly. So perhaps another idea would be to figure out a way in those, I have to call it CAD aid, those special education aid bills, to maybe provide some upfront funding for those particular students, or that might be a way to do it, and then increase the funding for students that are maintained in the general ed classroom, perhaps create a greater incentive to financially to make sure there's adequate funds for students to be educated in the general ed classroom. I hadn't really thought it through entirely, but I think the problem with this system is that it could inadvertently incentivize schools to not do what they need to do for kids and place them in the least restrictive, their general ed requirements, general ed classrooms when they can.
Very good. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call Kristen Manshramani.
That's right. She's the expert.
Good morning. Kristen Moncharmani, advocate for special education here in New Hampshire.
Good morning.
Thank you all for allowing the time. I did not actually indicate support or opposition for this bill or the one that follows, because I think they are distinct, 563 and 603, in that one categorizes and the other does not. I wanted to speak more towards my concerns about an understanding of the cost to our districts for special education. And, you know, I understand the concerns expressed by those who've testified previously that we don't want to be creating an incentive system to remove students from the classroom more than is necessary for the least restrictive environment. If this is happening properly, the IEP teams should be deciding the services needed and whether they're needed in a pull-out setting or whether they can be pushed into the regular education classroom. I agree, and we've all acknowledged in this field that sometimes inclusion is more expensive, often because paraeducators might be needed to help adapt material and to manage behaviors in a fully inclusive setting that wouldn't be needed in a setting where all of that was already adapted. But it, again, does not mean that we shouldn't be doing as much inclusion as possible. My focus was more on the financial side of this, because when we look at two different bills that are before this committee, there are radically different dollars, even if we were to take out all the categories, which I understand are in there in part because those are categories within which our State Department of Education needs to report to the federal Department of Education for compliance purposes. Again, an IEP team should never be basing placement on funding for a category. The placement decision and what's needed should happen first, and then those things kind of get plugged into a system which says, oh, by the way, based on what was decided, where does the student fall? But people are imperfect, right? So I do understand the concerns about perverse incentives. I took a look at, many of the cases that have come to our office for students who are, but definitionally, when I look at the service delivery grids in their IEPs, in one category where 80% or more of their time is in gen ed, less than 80% of their time is, or they're in and out placement. And what I would tell you is, looking at several of those, even on a very conservative basis in terms of what the costs probably are to providers, I did some numbers that I'm going to submit as kind of a sample in terms of written testimony. And, a student receiving 6 hours a week of specialized direct instruction who was very much in an inclusion setting, maybe had some para support, et cetera, could easily be costing school districts $10,000 above a gen ed based on the number of weeks in a year and the cost of those providers doing those services. Students out of the classroom for 40% of their time, significantly above that. You do approach levels that are more like 30,000 above. And it shouldn't feel like a black box. you can look at an IEP service delivery grid, and I kind of did one, and again, may submit it in written testimony, and look at, what's typical for those services and how much do they cost. So I would really encourage the committee to think about whether or not we separate categories, with a lot of training to our IEP team members and case managers and LEAs of what the right way, that you're looking at services first. You're never looking at a category in an IEP team meeting. But whether or not we do that in categories because it comports with some federal reporting requirements, and it's a little off from our placement continuum in the state, which is something I've discussed a bit with DOE, because I think from a data tracking perspective that presents some problems, but it somewhat matches a least restrictive environment placement continuum that is in the guidelines, or whether it's just a per student with special education needs adequacy support. I do think the dollars are much lower than reality in here, and I worry that that creates a more divisive environment, because then schools are, they're required to provide these services legally. They're going to end up having to pull funds from general education because if we're not coming close to the actual costs right now of providing special education support. And so it really creates friction that is very much on the mind of our local ed agency representatives. It shouldn't be. They reluctantly admit considering costs, but they're under fire then from everyone else in the school who says the funds have to come from gen ed if we're not providing adequate funding for special education, and therefore you see real division, and that would be something that I would hope we could start tackling. With that, I would take questions.
Thank you. And you said you have a written submission?
It's not fully right now. I have kind of some samples of what I did of a sample category A and B with some cost pieces.
So you can submit that after
Sure.
the hearing, but be aware that we're having a work session tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Anything you can produce today
Sure.
would be helpful. Questions from the committee? Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I know your position is fairly new, so you can't have been in it very long. Can you give us some sense of what it is when you see, you're dealing with appeals, I believe, or when there's a disagreement between the district and the parent, and how that might have inform us about cost?
Mm-hmm.
Because it could be connected.
Sure. I'm going to have to do a little bit of interpreting of the question, and you tell me if I'm interpreting it wrong. Position-wise, the office has a very broad mandate. We are getting a lot of requests for individual help for families, probably about 40 or 50 a month, which is way beyond what we have the staffing to accommodate. But working quite a bit, yes, once there's a dispute. Looking at a lot of students who have more service needs than is typical. So our office does generally see students who are probably higher cost special education students, but that doesn't affect perspective on what, the 25,000 students or so that we have who are in the category A. We certainly see some of those. Does the appeal process or the dispute process add to cost? As I think, no.
No, I'm asking if the disputes, when you look at, let's see, I guess I don't know exactly what you're doing, but when you look at a particular case, you're looking at what the district thinks and what the parents think, and if there's sometimes you hear that parents push to get more services for their students, maybe beyond what the district thinks they need. Is that common? And when you look at the cases, is it legitimate what the parents are asking for? Because it all impacts cost.
Yes. So, two answers. Yes, I would say any of the cases that come to our office, I would say it is legitimate what the parents are looking for. It doesn't always impact cost dramatically. As Ms. Dunham made the point, sometimes we actually do have parents who are looking for less restrictive environments, not more. And schools have found their student easier to handle or push into a more restrictive environment. But it might mean that more services are needed in the less restrictive environment. Or it might mean that the parent is really just concerned that they're not seeing progress towards goals, or that services aren't being delivered faithfully or in the way that, or effectively. So we deal with a lot of those cases. For parents seeking outplacements, yes, it would increase cost, most likely, but in a large number of those cases, and they are ones I've been triaging for about 1.5 years of students who are completely out of school because there is a dispute over placement and the schools can't handle the student in the environment they're in, but they haven't determined a placement situation. So I would say, again, it's not an increase of cost. It's just we're not doing the right thing, right? Because we have a student who's sitting nowhere. Sometimes when those cases come to my office, and it's more than any of us, I think, would be comfortable thinking. So I would not say that it is so much an increase in cost. I think I'm looking at a reality of, what school administrators would really say to break down what people seem to think is a black box of special education costs. If you break it down by the providers, the services, and I would like to see us doing more of that because it really should be treated as an investment. When IDEA was passed, I don't think it was just a dignity bill. I think it was also, if we don't invest properly in our students' education, we end up with problems down the road. With most of our students who are in special education, they are in, 25,000 of the 30,000 in New Hampshire are in regular classrooms most of the time. They're just getting some additional services. And the idea would be that would just get them to the point where they are productive members of society in the same way as any of our other students graduating.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ames.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was in the trenches for many years as an attorney representing children and families coping with special needs. And in my experience, I'm asking you, if it's yours too, was that the issue always was whether more costly services were needed by this child, and sometimes it was where those services would be provided, but that was the nature of the fight, and it was also often an expensive and drawn out fight. So my first question is that the reality that's out there, and how does that reality relate to what the state does or does not provide as a reimbursement to the school district?
So I would say, and I will try to get written testimony on just some samples in today for this, but I would say the numbers that we're talking about in this bill in terms of costs for special ed services in categories in terms of how much service students are getting are radically lower than reality. Yeah. Radically lower. And that reality is, yes, if you asked me, are we more often than not in my office pushing for more services? Yes, more often than not, by no means always. But again, we're so busy, we don't take cases that we don't fully believe in, in my office in terms of what the students actually need and meeting requirements. And if we're pushing for those services, it's on the basis of actually having analyzed over the past 3 years, did the student make any progress on their goals? How far behind are they vis-a-vis a typically developing student without any identified disability? And if it's multiple years, then again, I go back to the logic of that's not doing society any good either, right? If we're not assisting students with coming up to the standards of the curriculum and getting that education. That's what the idea of access to a public education in the disabilities laws are. So I would say, yes, it's cost spent now. But again, we're looking at the only way we support parents in pushing those costs is when their students have made really no progress. And something has to be done to get them further along.
Representative Burton? Oh, pardon. Yes, Representative Ames.
Turn your head over. This bill, I think, is searching for a better way of providing differentiated aid for special needs children than the one size fits all, or maybe it's two sizes. One size is everybody except 700 or so students that are in the very high end, which historically were referred to as the catastrophic aid students, and so we're searching for sort of a way to break out that one size for everybody else, and what's the breakout here is based on time in inside a regular class, or inside or not inside the regular class, and then in a separate school. Is there? And I think what you're saying, you've got some data, you've been looking at this, and maybe there's a better way of dividing this, and I think that's what we need help on. If there is a better way, I think everybody wants a better way.
I think I would say that, when I analyzed it, I sort of accepted the definitions for the categories. Again, as I understand it, this is a way in which DOE is reporting out, are required to report out data. So that's how they've compiled numbers. I know DOE has numbers of students in each category. It's approximately 25,000 in A, 4,500 in B, which is the vast majority of your special ed population. And I know you referred to 700. I've seen numbers that are actually under 500 for that strongest disability group of students. So even though that is a very high cost group, that's not going to have as much impact on the budget because the numbers are so low as the students who are not outplaced, right? Who are in our public schools. Whether there's a better way, it really, I don't have an opinion on whether there is a better way than a category A, category B. I would just like us to look at the reality of typical services being provided and what they cost to students with relatively minimal services. If you look at the hours that they might be pulled out for a service versus in their regular ed classroom, and those with slightly more, because even the category B definition here is not, it's more than 80%. There's a very wide group in category B in this definition. So it probably would include students who are just receiving a little bit more time in service, but in the regular ed classroom, and students who are in our public school separate classrooms, because the category C is really talking about outplacements if we read the definition. So do I think there's a better way? I think that I would say there is a human concern with perverse incentives. If it is just, if you pull this student out more, you're going to get more funding. Do I think in reality that will have as much of an impact as perhaps those who testified previously? Not if the dollar levels are left where they are right now. Because to be honest with you, they don't, for someone to then put someone in the category where they're receiving more services than the 80% of their time in the regular ed, we're not even beginning to cover the cost of that with these dollars. So I'm not sure that at these dollar levels you'd have the perverse incentives, because the cost differentiation, they wouldn't be making money on placing a student in a different category, because they'd have to be providing those additional services.
Thank you. That last insight was important. Representative Burton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. 40 years ago, I sat in this room as we wrote the special ed law for New Hampshire, I co-chaired the committee because New Hampshire had sunsetted it out of existence. They had, I don't know if people knew that. And the question of disputed IEPs was a good one because often this room would be full of lawyers, not educators, and they would argue about costs, not what was best for the children. And I would call the Parents Advocacy Center and say, you better get over here quickly. My question is, out of all of that, I found out there must be a better way to settle IEPs than having the lawyer there. And Mr. Zellen and I did not get along very well. So I went to Massachusetts and I attended IEP sessions.
Representative, you're going to frame the question, right?
There is a question at the end. Don't worry, sir. So I put in the legislation mediation on a trial basis for disputed IEPs. My question, sir, is do you still have that process where can a parent reopen an IEP through a mediator if they're unhappy with the way the process is going?
Yes, absolutely. And we support parents in going through those processes.
Is it
Simple
working?
answer. Is it working? You're asking now a question that probably goes beyond the scope of this bill to give you an honest answer, so I'll try to do it in a very short time. In my office, I tend to, but again, we're not, I try to avoid getting to this stage in the first place by being active with the IEP team, but I tend to file for due process and due mediation as a part of that because there is more of a stick at the end for actually getting a mediated result than if we just go to mediation where if we don't come to a result, there's nothing immediate looming in 10 days or 20 days to spur some sort of settlement. But yes, we settle a lot of cases in mediation with very different IEPs than we started.
Okay, any further questions? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, and I apologize if this was addressed before I was able to be here. You remarked a moment ago that you didn't see the amount of difference in funding between the three categories as an incentive for districts to categorize a student differently than they otherwise would. And sort of reading between the lines of what you said, would you confirm if I'm correct here or not? In, for example, category A, does that additional $2,185 actually cover, in most cases, the services that that student needs, the additional services beyond the basic formula, or not? And similarly for the other categories.
So I'm going out on a limb here, and I have talked to many colleagues who do not want to testify on this point as directly as I'm going to. Absolutely not.
I think it's time to move along. We have a couple more people to testify. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Vallone.
Thank you very much. I know you're running behind, so I'll be as quick as possible. Mark Vallone, I represent the town of Epping, also was an elementary school principal for 20 years in the town of Epping. I'm here in opposition to this bill simply because there's a couple of things. I'm going to tell a story, that's all. I want you to think about Martin. That's a fictional name of a student that we had who came into our school that as a principal, I was very concerned about the disruption this child caused because of the multiple needs that he had. We had a team working with him. I was the voice of saying, we probably need to place this child out. I would say I probably said that 20 times in various IEP meetings that we had. But gradually, we had an excellent team at school. So we had a student who pretty much would come into school, start the day, and then would be taken out and would work out of the classroom for most of the day, probably 95, 96% of the time. By the time that child went from kindergarten and finished first grade, that child was in the classroom 90% of the time. But it wasn't linear. In this arbitrary 20%, 80% to me, wouldn't fit very well, particularly when you're talking about IEP teams and how they work, is they work with the child, they look at the child and the child's needs. Schools need to have adequate resources to be able to put students into classrooms. That is the law, the least restrictive environment. So I'm going to say that this is arbitrary, that you already heard testimony in regards to the amounts are too low, number one, all across the board. But this 80-20, you may have some numbers to say, but I just say in terms of operating for the individual child, that is just not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm aware we are very late, so I will be extremely brief. Do you understand your testimony correctly that you are opposing this increase in funding because it's not high enough?
Right.
Thank you.
That's one thing. Also, the formula is also something that concerns me as well.
Right. I think there's an inherent difficulty anytime you're making differentiation where that line is going to be, and just over, just under. This pervades so many different issues. Thank you.
But the reality is that IEP teams need to work with a child, and they have to be flexible, and you have to have the resources to be able to move children in and out within that. So your variation, keep that in mind. Can't put kids in boxes. Thanks.
Understood. Ultimately, of course, there's a pool of funds for districts to work with. Okay, David Trumbull is our last witness.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
How are you today? Good. Hi, committee members. I will just be brief on to the point of the formula and reserve other comments for the next bill. If you do the math that's available in the financial statement at the end, you take the 23,000 students in category A, multiply that by 2185, you take the 5,000 in category B, the 325 in C, the 4408 in category D, you get a total that would equal $79 million. 50 of that is in category A and almost 10 more in D. So most of the money would go to the lowest amount. Only $2.5 million would go to the category C. But the point I want to make is this, is right now in special ed, if you look at it as a pizza pie, 82% of the money is spent by the towns. 7% from the federal government, and the state of New Hampshire pays 11%. If you adopt this bill, the state's percentage will go from 11% to 12%. So to answer Representative Damon's question is, would this bill cover the cost? No, we would still be massively underfunding special ed. We'll be going from 11% of the cost to 12% of the cost. If you also do all those numbers and add them up and then divide by the 32,846 students, you get an average of $2,408. So what if you're getting a lot of pushback on the categories because they don't accurately reflect the costs. A lot of category A students cost more than category B students because they have a one-on-one para with them all day. So if you dispel with the categories and just say, this bill gives us a chance to minimally increase special ed funding, you would go from a 2185 to a 2408. Basically, you'd be adding about $200 in differentiated aid. That's what this bill does. The next bill says, let's go all the way and pay 100%. But this bill, if you cut through all the categories, you're increasing the state share from 11% to 12%. That's not enough. It just doesn't get us anywhere near to solving a special ed problem. So that's all I wanted to say on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that insight. I think it's an important thing to realize. We're debating both the amounts as well as whether the categories are helpful.
Right.
Questions from the committee? Very good. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 563. And I think we received very, high quality testimony. Thank you. Okay. The next bill up is HB 603, and Representative Howard is here to introduce it. I'm going to turn the meeting back over to our chairman.
Thank you very much. So we're right now at HB 603. This is a relative increasing adequacy grants for pupils receiving special education services, and I'd like to recognize the sponsor of the bill. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. Today I'm introducing HB 603, which is the perfect number for this legislation because I believe that the Granite State values education and educational opportunity. I am the product of New Hampshire Public Schools and special education. I grew up with an IEP and a 504 plan, so I understand how beneficial these special education programs can be. Without the additional support of others to ensure my understanding, I don't know if I would be sitting in front of you today. I'm very appreciative of the education I've received, and I want all other students to be able to achieve the same level of success I've been able to. Last year, when HB 1656 was passed out of House Finance with 2 OTPA motions, it was a defining moment. The establishment of this committee is also a huge opportunity to capitalize on the bipartisan work from last session and address the issue for the betterment of our kids. Over the past 30 years, the state has been failing to meet its constitutional obligation to fund education to an adequate level, and to make up for funding gaps, sometimes special education takes a cut. This hurts both our special education students and general education students because paraprofessionals do a lot around the classroom. Without their help, teachers will have less of an ability to focus on their class as a whole, and instead will have to do the work of a paraprofessional on top of their normal duties. Keep in mind that the Individuals with Disability Education Act requires that students must be placed in the least restrictive environment possible, meaning that students should be placed in general education classrooms to the maximum extent. We need to focus on creating effective classroom environments through collaborative efforts between teachers, students, and special educators. These funding shortfalls are easy to see because last year when the state and federal government came together to only fund 17.5% of the cost of disabilities in 2023, and that was 1% less than what was provided in 2022. Compare that to general education students who receive on average 25% of their total education costs paid for by the state and federal government. Local property taxes make up any supplemental funding needed, which can vary widely from student to student. Students do not always need the same services, and that means that they don't receive, that they don't need the same additional level of funding, and that can make things unpredictable. Schools like Conval, for example, saw special education costs increase nearly 40%, or $4.4 million during the 21-22 to 22-23 school years. That's $11.2 million to $15.6 million per year. A smaller district like Plainfield, on the other hand, saw special education costs increase 118%, or $1.2 million during the same time period, which was slightly under $1 million to $2.1 million a year. This volatility can cause severe budget instability, with 37% of our districts spending more than a quarter of their entire budget on special education. The federal government protects all students with disabilities and guarantees a right to public education, and these students also deserve to not be seen as a financial burden by their local communities. Currently, we use a formula based off of average daily membership and residence, ADMR, with about 20% of all students receiving some sort of special education services. On average, the cost per pupil is about $48,000, which is on average $29,556 more than students without an IBE. And you can see that number clearly on the bill, in the bill. There are a number of factors that incur additional costs, like out-of-district placement, that can cost more than $100,000 per year, and different kinds of therapy like speech, occupational, and physical. These can be crucial to ensuring the success of a student by providing them with the tools and environment necessary. In extreme circumstances, catastrophic aid is provided as a reimbursement for every student that costs more than 3.5 times the state average, or a cost of more than $75,000. The issue is that if a new student enters during the middle of the year, a district must accommodate their needs immediately without any additional funding from the state, and they will not receive any catastrophic aid until the following year. So I know the big question on everybody's mind is related to the fiscal note on the back of the bill, but first thing that we need to understand is that currently any municipality may be subject to unpredictable and volatile school budgets. During the 22 to 23 school year, the Department of Education reported that the total special education costs were $915 million, but that also includes other non-instructional costs. The real cost of special education in New Hampshire is $755,367,547. That is only $69 million more than what local property taxpayers paid during the last year, but those costs were not spread evenly across the state. By allocating more funds from the state sources instead of local property taxes to cover special education costs, there would be more consistent tax impacts from year to year for every municipality. This would allow for easier budgeting, more equitable funding, and remove risks, the risk for potential tax spikes. Overall, I believe HB 603 would help provide services to students, remove local property tax burdens, and allow for flexibility in spending and hiring decisions. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Howard. Representative Fellows, you have a question?
Yes. First, I hope you can provide us that in writing because there are a lot of numbers. But my question is, given the fact that we know that it's so hard to categorize special ed and put it in different categories, do you think that it's better to use a larger figure in the adequacy aid, or maybe should we do something with what used to be called catastrophic aid and look more closely, which allows the department to look more closely at the specific services that students get and work on a percentage of that instead?
Yeah, I mean, currently, if I'm not mistaken, catastrophic aid makes up about 3.7% of education funding across the state. And so a lot of it is going to be falling on ADMR. So it's something where, I mean, right now, because of the way that we calculate things, I would say that it would be better if we went with the model that is proposed. But there are also some other experts here who can answer that maybe a little bit better.
Representative Howard, I do have a question. I'm going to have Representative Popovich. We've been struggling for years with this issue. We have 31,469 kids that have IEPs projected for FY26. Do you believe that all those students require the same amount of time and the same amount of costing? For example, a child that's in first grade may get 2 sessions of speech pathology a week, a half hour each. Another child may require a full-time para and need a lot of specific, even leaning towards even the issues associated with hearing, medical issues and all that. Do those 2 students, should they both be costed out at the same level?
I mean, again, that's going to be dependent on how much the individual services cost, but there are people here who are experts on this matter who could probably break that down better than I.
Thank you. Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative, for testifying and for working hard to, put a bill together. I know it's a tough topic, right? So my question is along the lines that your bill is attempting to basically average out the cost of special education and then distribute the same amount for every kid to every school. Inevitably, this will result in certain schools who have lower costs as receiving a windfall, while other schools will receive a shortfall. Could you share your thoughts on, this issue that your bill would probably bring up?
So, I mean, right now, what we see is any of our towns right now, you could see drastic budgetary changes instantly just because of a handful of students who need additional IEP coverage. And that means that your town is going to be the one paying for everything. This is trying to provide a smoothing out of those funds because obviously right now we have the average cost of a student, and it's trying to still achieve paying for that. It's just trying to change where that source is from. So I do think that it's going to help kind of lower, as I said, potential tax burden on local municipalities overall because, again, you're not going to be subject to potential spikes, which could cause taxes to go up substantially.
Follow up?
Yes.
Just a very quick follow-up. I appreciate your thoughts, but is there any where you could address the windfall versus the shortfall, given that, again, some districts will have a higher cost per student, some of them will be lower, and we are giving all the same amount of money. This issue would happen now because you are giving what is the equivalent, of an average to everybody. So inevitably, you give some districts more than they need, and the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, and I do think that right now, again, it is something where a lot of small districts, like I mentioned Plainfield, where they have substantial increases, and they saw 118% increase in their total special education costs. That is a situation where I see them struggling quite substantially, but being a smaller district, their tax impact's going to be much more substantial versus a large district. So I think that this is overall going to help smaller districts versus larger districts, if that answers your question.
Yes, Representative Luneau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Howard, for bringing this forward this morning. I want to sort of go to the fiscal note for a moment and go down to towards the bottom of page 2 of the fiscal note, where it talks about education freedom accounts, and it talks about in the first sentence of that paragraph that student count of 400 students receiving special education services. These are students that have education freedom accounts. I'm just wondering, where did that number come from?
That would be a better question for the LBA, I believe.
Or for the department?
Yes, or the department. Yeah.
Is there somebody from the department that's going to be coming up later?
We have three people from the
Terrific.
department.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Mayhem.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued by Representative Ladd's question. I see that I was at a school board meeting this Thursday, and we were told that the average cost of a para is around $25,000 a year, not including their things. And you're covering the cost of a para in this bill. Is there any way in the world that this can be written almost grant-wise as up to $29,000 and putting a cap on it? There are some students in my classes that have a para, so I'll have 3 in one class, but I have special ed kids in another class with no paras at all. They won't require the full $29,000. Is there any way that it can be acquired according to the specific needs of each student?
That's a good question. I am unsure because there may be federal law that prevents any sort of scaling, because I have had some conversations with some people about that, and I'm sorry that I can't provide a more concise answer, but there might be people here who are experts who might be able to answer that better.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Due to the number of cards we received on this, I am going to limit time for the remainder of the people, about 3 minutes per presentation. So with that, I'd like to invite Deborah House.
Okay, good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the House Education Funding Committee. I am Deborah Howes, President of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I am here to speak in support of this bill. I will not go into a lot of the statistics because others will speak on them, but I just want to give a little bit of perspective. We feel this is a long overdue bill that will help give better support to our students with individualized and specialized education needs in our school districts, as well as make sure that all of our Granite State students keep that opportunity for a robust public education in our public schools. Right now, we have a situation where, because of the way our schools are funded, local property taxpayers are carrying 80% of the burden of the general funding of our schools, and just about, 70 to 80% of the burden, and about 80% of the burden for special education. If this bill were to pass, it would give local districts the ability to not have to go to local property taxpayers over every increase in the need to provide more support for a special education student. And it would allow them to do something that is much needed, which is invest in their workforce so they can fill some of these vacancies. That will give a better educational situation for students with special education needs. When you have a consistent team around you, day in and day out, students learn better. So if you have the same teacher instead of someone remote because you've hired a special education teacher over a remote service from another state out west because you couldn't fill the vacancy, a student will learn better. When you have the same paraeducator every day instead of someone from a temp service that you've had to hire, the student will learn better because that paraeducator will know what is in the student's individualized education plan instead of whoever they've hired that day, that week, having to start fresh every day. That's lost learning opportunity. We need to be able to invest in our education workforce, possibly, raising the pay certainly would help us fill those positions, but also providing a manageable workload. So we're overburdening the people we have, which is why we have so many vacancies, but we're also not paying them enough. Providing extra funding would let us fill those positions and help the students better. And I'm going to stop there because it's a little hard for me to talk today. If you have questions, I will be glad to try and answer them, but there are others who will give you a lot more raw data on this. I just want to provide a few human pieces of this from what our members, tell us about what's going on in the field.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not Representative Burton.
Quick, is it true that most teacher training programs do include special education in the curriculum so that teachers are not necessarily specialized? Some teachers are more, but most teachers do get special ed training, right?
So most teachers get some training in helping students with exceptional learning needs. It is an overview. And then you have teachers who go more in depth and take several courses in that, so they can get a special education certification. If you do want to work specifically with students with specialized learning needs, you need more than just the one overview course. You need numerous courses and continuing education every year in the field, because there are always more things you need to learn about because the students in front of you have so many different needs. You're always having to take workshops and study on your own to know how to meet the students' needs. So it's a huge investment of your time and energy to learn what to do with each student because they truly have individual needs that you need to learn to meet.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Michaela Demeter. But we need right here for the clerk, needs a copy.
A few now have as well. We had a printer malfunction today.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, Education Finance Committee members. My name is Michaela Demeter, and it's good to see you again. Today, I'm speaking only for myself, though I'll remind you that I am a Dover School Board member, and I also am on staff with the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. I've brought some additional information today about Dover schools that I wasn't able to share 2 weeks ago when I last testified. In the past 10 years, and I'm going to be referencing the charts that you see on the handouts that you do or do not have. In the past 10 years, the number of Dover students placed in out-of-district placements increased from 40 to 61. That's a 52% increase. Despite the fact that our total student population in that same 10-year timeframe decreased by 10%.
Those 61 students, they received more than $7.4 million of services just last year. That represents an average of over $121,000 per student. Out-of-district placements are projected in our district to increase at a rate of approximately 4 to 5% every year. Conservative estimates indicate that by the year 2034, each student will cost an average of over $200,000. By all measures, special education services are very expensive. I know you know this. We must remember HB 603's nearly $900 million cost, which feels pretty scary, does not represent new expenses for new services. New Hampshire taxpayers already spend nearly $1 billion each year on these existing special education services. Dover has considered creating an intensive needs elementary program. You'll see that on slides, I believe, 3, 4, and 5 in the handouts. We've considered creating an intensive needs elementary program, which, after growing to its full capacity, which would take about 4 to 6 years, would still cost around $100,000 per student annually. While this would allow more students to remain in district and provide a large savings over time, this proposal was still so prohibitively expensive that we did not include it in our budget for next year, despite the fact that we know it will in the long term save our district money. It is too expensive to implement right now. Dover is far from unique in its large and unpredictable special education costs. This is a reality in every single district in our state. There is not an exception. When the state only funds 10.5% of the true cost of disability services, local taxpayers like you, like me, like all the people sitting behind me right now, are forced to pay the difference through wildly varying tax rates in each community. Shifting the financial responsibility for these existing services to the state could even out existing costs, so all taxpayers are contributing a proportional share at a uniform rate. For all these reasons, I support HB 603, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Are there questions? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying and for answering questions. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony that out-of-district placements increased from about 40 to about 60 despite a drop in overall student population. I'm sure you spent a lot of time trying to understand that issue. Can you help us understand what's happening? Are your kids' health issues getting worse? Do you have people moving out of district with kids with special needs? What do you think is going on?
Yeah, so out of district placements in general, and I will give the big caveat that I am not the student services director of our district, of course, so I am not the best person to answer these questions. But from what I understand from my service on the Dover School Board, the placements out of district in general are going to represent either specific medical needs, specific educational needs. So for example, a student who has a severe autism might need to go to a district, a school out of district placement that is better able to meet that student's needs in a way that the Dover public school system cannot meet that student's needs. There are many students who are leaving the district because of emotional disturbances, students who cannot be safe in the public school learning environment. They are going to districts where the specialty staff there are able to handle the emotional outbursts, the specific learning needs. We have other students who are who may be deaf or blind or deafblind, who have specific learning needs that are just impossible to meet in the general education setting. So it is a mix, but in general, I would say the increase is definitely represented by more people, more students being identified on the spectrum who have those elevated needs, and then also more students who need that emotional behavioral disturbance support.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and supporting this. I'm very intrigued by, I think you in your handout called it the Harbor Program. So that's your Dover's proposed in-district, quote unquote, out-of-district placement. Is that accurate? Like you're creating your own local version of an out-of-district?
Yep. So we have 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. Our high school has an emotional disturbance type in district but separated program. Our middle school has one that is located within a specific wing of the middle school, but our elementary level doesn't have anything for the K through 4 grades. So the Harper program was what was presented to our school board in November when we were doing our budget deliberations. And you'll see if you can find, you have one? Okay. So you'll see 3 or 4 of those slides were directly taken from the presentation that our teaching and learning department and our special education department gave to us. The goal of the Harbor program was to bring students in-house, because we know that when students have an opportunity to learn within their home district, that's a real benefit because they get to be with peers who might be on their sports teams or who they might see at the playgrounds. There's a real benefit to that. And for some students who are just beyond the threshold of needing services that our regular education teachers can't provide, or even with a para in the classroom, they still can't access those services. These are for those students who might need to be placed out of district simply because we don't have those resources there. So the goal of the district was to be able to provide, to build in an in-house, like a school within a school almost, a self-contained program that would have the opportunity for students, when appropriate, to be able to access general education settings, because we know that's really important for students too, to be able to do that and to be able to be with their peers as much as possible, but to still be with within a really scaffolded program that is staffed by professionals. And you'll see the list and the cost of the list of those professionals who would be able to provide that support for the students where and when they need it.
Thank you. We have a number of people. We are going to have from the department tomorrow, I just got last night a communication identifying those schools which have types of programs you're talking about. I know we have one King Street up in Haverhill. And the number of students that are in those programs. We're seeing a few districts in the state, out of the total, which have these really heavy costs. So we're also got information going back for the last 10 or so years of the 13 category areas with a number of students in each of those categories. And yes, there are several categories where we're seeing it going, elevating with number of students. So if we will have that discussed tomorrow, so from those which are really tied to it, from the director, we may hold some of those questions for that time. Then it might help us get through all these people we have here waiting for us.
You have my phone number at the bottom. You're also welcome to call or email.
You're welcome to do that. That's correct. Representative Ames.
Well, I don't know whether it's for you or for you, but I think it would be helpful. I would like to have a copy of the submission. Which,
I would too. I don't have a copy.
Right, we got 3 copies.
Again, I apologize. I will email it to all of you. I will do a direct email, not just a submission through the portal. I will email it.
That will be
directly to all
helpful.
of you.
Appreciate it.
I do apologize. The printer malfunctioned at the worst possible time.
Computers, printers,
they know.
They know you. Okay, are there any further questions right now? Okay, I'd like to invite Kristen Manzamaroni up again. Is Kristen? Yeah, there she is back there. Special Education Advocates Office.
Yes. Good morning again. I will try to be very brief on this one. Your numbers, the number in this bill comes much closer to what our actual cost of special education is. It is pretty directly matched up. However, I do think it has the very significant flaw that both Representative Ladd in a prior question and Representative Mahegan kind of alluded to, which is that there are many students whose costs don't even begin to approach that $29,000, and there's where I would see the very perverse incentives, because we might have many students who should be in the multi-tiered system of support and not in the special education system, who, providing $29,000 per student would bump them into that category, not to mention 504 plans. We have many, many, many students on 504 plans who receive very similar services to some of the IEP services. There's a legal distinction that gets them in one category versus the other, but it's a very gray area. And we are often talking about whether it's an IEP or a 504. The 504 plans would get none of this if you went with a flat rate that is this high, which does mirror the actual cost. statewide, you're going to have really serious perverse incentives in terms of shifting students. So I don't think it's feasible to have a single flat rate cost like this. I was just speaking with my colleague at DOE. The idea that somehow we have to get to numbers that better match costs for districts so that the funds are not coming from all of your general education resources and not creating, real divisiveness is one I support. I think that it is worth really exploring the idea of how do you do it more based on a cap and a costing per, the services that are actually being provided. It requires more study, and I will be honest with you, DOE will require additional resources and person power to handle that kind of an inquiry. But I think the numbers need to come up, and they need to be based on services provided, would be my two pieces of advice.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Can you speak to how the cost decreases with a successful IEP program as he progresses over time? He needs less and less. How does that decrease his personal cost?
Sure. So you're going to be talking about predominantly, your students currently in the category A data reported. So your question goes to the majority of IEP students. A lot of them are receiving services that should, over time, catch them up or give them tools to potentially handle the curriculum without all of those tools, or stepping down, maybe not without, but stepping down to multi-tiered systems of supports that are available in the regular gen ed setting. It's probably not realistic for some of your students who have higher needs. They probably are going to be needing significant IEP services throughout their time. But again, that is the much smaller fraction of the students. So adequately funding and serving the majority of our students who do have needs should mean that over time, and a lot of parents are pushing for this, right? That the IEP framework is very cumbersome. They don't necessarily want services forever. You might well be able to, in a lot of those what are currently category A situations, step down if schools had adequate multi-tiered systems of support. So that's something really to be looking at when we're talking about costs. Reading specialists, math specialists who are not IEP service providers in all of our schools.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite, is it Maggie Larson? Or is that close? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and representatives. This is my first time testifying or having a testimony in here, and I'm 8 years on the Somersworth School Board. So I do have written testimony signed by all of my school board members and our mayor and city councilors. But I want to first speak about needing help. This is the first time I'm coming up here and speaking with you all because I'm a mother. I have 3 teens, and a point was just raised about IEPs and the development. 2 of my boys were twins, and they had an IEP that they graduated out of because of early interventions at the preschool level. In Somersworth, our taxpayers pay for 83% of our special ed needs. We're waving a white flag. We need help. We've just had to cut 14 positions in our district because we cannot cover teaching positions. A trade program, which is devastating because we need to keep up, and there's just no other way that we can fund this. We are unique. We are a small city. We have such dedicated educators, and our community is our strength. To tell my neighbors that their taxes will go up because of children's needs, little children's early. We see it at the earliest level in preschool. We're seeing increasing needs. Our ROI on special education at the earliest level through age 22 is needed. We'll see that. I know that's true. I don't usually kind of advocate for things in this way, but we're not just treading water, we're almost taking on water at this point in our city. So I really, learning about this bill and advocating for it and advocating for those needs, we are also looking at developing in-house programs so we don't have so many out-of-district placements. But we need more funding to even be able to get there. So I don't want this to impact our entire school system and all the students just because we don't have our 30% of our entire budget goes to special ed. That's it in summary. I will submit my written testimony and our figures and facts. I have the entire school board, which is no easy feat in support of this, because we don't see a way out if there's not more funding for special ed.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Thank
Your comments echo throughout this state. Are there any questions, Representative Burton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is Somersworth its own school district?
Yes.
Further question?
Yes.
20 years ago, it was part of a school district with Durham, Lee, Madbury, and Rollinsford, when Oyster River broke off. Did that hurt Somersworth when you went on your own?
I moved here 17 years ago from Boston. So
Is that relative to this bill? Actually, we're talking about special education here. Now,
I'm talking about scale of support, Mr. Chairman.
For this program?
For the Somersworth program. When they were with a bigger school district, they had more help. That's all the point.
Okay,
that's what I was
didn't hear you
asking.
say special for the help in special services.
I don't think that's correct. This is
Yeah.
administrative.
Listening to your colleague. Thank you. Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Are there any regional centers that maybe they're private or they're I know there used to be a thing called Ceres that had offered services that could be special ed, that could be kind of a center for Dover and Somersworth, and
That sounds, I'm not familiar with that. That sounds like a great idea. We're the small city that we are seeing these needs and we have to address the needs in our city only. If
Okay.
we do send out, there's just such significant cost to that. For less than a tenth of our school population, it's over $2 million to send them out of district, so.
Yes, the Ceres program, I'm familiar with what they did with the monies, and they did professional training and all that as well. I don't know, and that would be a question when we have the people from the department. Thank you, Sally. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to invite Lois Esposito. Is that Louis?
Louis, yeah.
Yeah.
Good seeing you again.
I think I asked the question before. You're related to Phil?
Not as often as I used to be, no. But no, I do get that quite a bit, not as much as I used to, like I said. But thank you all. I provided some written testimony. My name is Louis Esposito. I'm the executive director at Able New Hampshire. But before stepping into this role, and I think I've been hearing a lot of you all talk today about education, obviously, but I was a special education teacher for many years. I was an emotional disabilities teacher and I was an intellectual disabilities teacher. And those are the two positions that you all are talking about that are increasing significantly with out-of-district placements. I love my students. I took them to prom. I got a CDL bus driver's license so I could drive them to their community to have better programming. I did everything I possibly could for them. When I was my first year teaching, I was super excited. I finally had my own classroom, and I had a vision about how I could educate. My students in that particular room had intellectual disability. They required augmentative communication systems. They required speech and language. They required OT, physical therapy. They were not as mainstreamed as a lot of the other students were. They had significant behavioral needs that we had to work on. These are the ones that were pretty close to going out of district, and a lot of funds were given to them. But despite those funds, I want to share with you what my classroom looked like. We had a shared community space with 3 other teachers, so I was one of 4 teachers. There were about 30 paraprofessionals. in this little area. There was a little tiny hallway. My classroom walls were office dividers. My door was a shower curtain. And this was a moderately paying, moderate funded school district. It was very challenging despite my students having exceptional needs and exceptional funds. Just to have a basic thing like a classroom, it interfered, it prevented a lot of progress. If a student leaned too hard, for example, on a door, it would knock over. I had to set it all up. It was pretty challenging. It increased my burnout. I'm not going to lie. I love my students as much as I can. This was known as, in that particular school, it was the former vocational wing. It was called V114. So my students not only were special education students, they were called V114 students, which is a whole nother level of stigma when you really think about it. Later on in life, I became an emotional disabilities teacher. Typically, I was their biggest cheerleader. I've had days where I thought I was putting out literal fires. I've had days where I had students that had to be removed for medical emergencies due to emotional distress. On the same day of a student getting into a fight, on the same day of a parent yelling, and while also supporting somebody through a really challenging test. And what we lacked for ambition, we were very ambitious, but we didn't really have the best emotional support in terms of mental health counseling. That was something that the school district really had a hard time financing. And to be an emotional disabilities teacher and in this relatively well-off school district, to not have a mental health counselor supporting us, it was very challenging. A lot of times it also contributes with frequent turnover of related staff professionals. Speech and language therapists were rotating in and out. We had to contract out for transition services. It was really challenging. So students, instead of relying on a lot of these related services, would come to us. So, I know you're all here talking about funding, and I just wanted to share that perspective of an educator and what it's like to be on that side of the argument. So thank you, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. No, okay. I'd like to invite Zach Sheehan.
Good morning still. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. We are here in support of House Bill 603. I'll try to bounce around a little bit to not repeat as much as what has been said before. I am passing around a report we put together using most recently available special education funding related data from the DOE. So it might be a little different than some of the numbers that were heard earlier. In general, I want to kind of give the perspective of the intent of this bill, right, is to name the upper limit of what we are already paying for in special education costs. I think it's important to reiterate that the number set in the differentiated aid increase in House Bill 603 is the actual average additional expenditure for students receiving special education services. And that is a significant gap, just like every other part of our school funding system. We've already heard that during, there's about 31,469 students receiving IEPs as of the most recently available data. And in our adequacy formula, we acknowledge that these services cost additional money. We have an additional $2,142 going to every single student, right, that receives special education services. The challenge is, there's a windfall versus shortfall question earlier. That is an absolute shortfall for every single district in the state, regardless of the amount of services you're providing. No district is operating their special education services with just that $2,142 per student. And that is the amount that we're having our adequacy formula saying, here's how much you get for your special education costs. Additionally, about 25% of total New Hampshire education public school spending was from special education costs. And you've heard that there's been a number of increases over the years. That's been combined with a decreasing percentage that the state and federal governments are putting in. It's been going down about 1% each year the past 3 or 4 years. I think the really kind of critical piece to examine here, we've heard a number of different elements relative to, is this a kind of increase across the board versus these different tiers. But I hope that what you're taking away is that without a doubt, the amount of money we're providing now is nowhere close to sufficient. And so we need to be looking at significantly increasing that, taking into account a number of complicated elements that folks have testified to before me. And this problem is not going away, it's increasing in scope. About 70 out of the 176 New Hampshire public schools spent more than 25% of their total budget on special education services. That's 10 more schools than just last year, right? So we're increasing not only at a clip from schools, but at a proportion of their total budgets that are going towards special education services. And so the question is not if we're going to increase a small amount in the margins, but kind of where we're going to make significant investments in our adequacy formula for special education services. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next card here in the heap is Brian Eaton. Brian, are you coming up here from the department with technical question to answer technical things, or are you presenting something as well?
I'm not presenting anything, just want to provide insight to Representative Luno's question about the EFA figures used.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. My name is Brian Eaton. I'm with the Department of Education, Bureau of School Finance. I did not provide all the estimate figures in this fiscal note, so I apologize. I might not be able to provide 100% insight to it. What I do know is that the 400 figure for the EFA students receiving special education services for FY26 was a 6% of the total estimated EFA students for that fiscal year. So it's a 6% ratio of special education students in the EFA program. I believe that's based off of historically how the EFA program has been being done so far. So.
Okay, so.
Do you have a question you might ask? The one we talked about just a few months ago.
It is sort of getting at, at that. So thank you. So I just want to be very, very specific. Because these are fiscal notes, they're supposed to be specific. It says 400 receiving special education services, or these 400 receiving the an EFA that contains the differentiated aid factor laid out in 19840A.
That would be correct. It'd be 400 estimated ADM for EFA students in fiscal year 26 following the same IEP. Yeah.
Okay. And
follow. Go ahead.
No. So
go for it.
Yeah. So we don't know the services they're receiving. We do know that the funding they're receiving has that differentiated aid factor in there.
Yes.
Did you say the 400 is an estimate, or is that the number in the current year?
That would be the estimate for FY26, because currently FY25 is the current school year for EFA students, so FY26 would be school year 26 EFA students.
Okay, and then the final question, which I think is getting to what Chair Ladd and I were talking about, did these students have, or I guess, let me say it another way, how did these students get qualified for the special education differentiated aid factor?
I can't speak 100% to that. I believe it would be through a combination of students identified as special education through whether it's regular districts reporting the information through the state reporting system, or it's the Children's Scholarship Fund identifying those students as receiving or eligible to receive special education services, and then they mark them as special education through their reporting.
So in the latter, how does that happen?
I can't speak to that. I'm sorry. That'd be directed to maybe Keelan Davis, who is now overseeing the program.
Okay. That's
sort of.
Yeah.
My question is, do the students have IEPs?
I believe so. I would probably defer
Can you
that to
check with your
Sure.
director and folks and let us know, please?
Absolutely. Yes.
Representative Maheen.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm just wondering if you've given any thought, having heard the talk of this being the cap, so up to 29,000, so that some students who do not need anywhere near as much would be getting exactly what they need and no more. Is there any way that you could give like an estimate of how the cost would be mitigated?
I don't believe that, not today. I don't believe that we probably have to consult with the other individuals at the department in terms of how we could collect the data to actually be able to estimate the amount of services, whether it's through data already being reported to the federal government, or we'd have to collect additional data. I can't speak to that 100%. I apologize.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative Bellows. And then
Yes, thank you. Since you're going back to the department and you're going to bring back some information to us, could you also please find out if when a EFA student gets the money for being special ed if it's, can only be spent on special ed services? Because we heard the other day that a student enrolled in a school, private school, had an IEP, and that the school was not able to give them the service that was in their IEP.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but yes, we can provide that tomorrow for the work sessions. So.
Thank you. Further questions was Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for helping us with this. So in regards to the question of making this 29,000 figure a cap, would it be correct that since this is the average true cost of, or true additional cost of special education over the base adequacy, if you cap it at the average, then you are underfunding the students whose costs are greater than average. Would that be correct?
Yes, that would be through.
Cap doesn't as adequately address the problem.
Objectively, that would be how that formula would work out, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to call Lisa Stedman.
This question is like asking, can you explain what an average is?
Put your mic on, please.
Here we go.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Stedman. I am a resident of the town of Troy. I am the mom of a 13-year-old boy with Down syndrome, and I've been a school board member for 15 years. So I have the unique perspective of being able to see the pain of financing and education for students with disabilities from both sides and think about how it applies to my family. I'm speaking to you as Max's mom today. The challenge is that students requiring special education cost more, and people in our own neighborhoods pay that cost. When families like mine move into a neighborhood, we bring the expense with us, and that can be an unpleasant surprise for the new town or district, which is required to accommodate immediately. So the cost comes as a surprise. The stigma follows us, and you may not think that that is a thing in the state of New Hampshire and that families feel that, but I truly do feel it. I feel targeted sometimes and unwanted, and I feel like the values that my family and I bring to a new town might be undermined by the fact that we're also bringing with us an expense. Just 2 days ago, a budget committee member from one of our local towns asked if school districts can put up a no vacancy sign when they've had enough special education students. This was recorded. It's in their minutes. There was another person at a similar meeting who asked, who said that the moral and ethical thing to do is to ask the community to gift money for your child's needs, so that the district doesn't have to pay for it. This stuff happens, and families like mine feel it. I think the solution to this is to provide more money that consistently follows the child. We can't rely on catastrophic aid or special education funding because it's a never-growing pot of money that is meant for an ever-growing number of children. So I think that if we do provide money that follows the student from district to district, the districts can be more welcoming. They'll feel less overwhelmed when they have a new student who moves in. There will be less stigma and division, and we can go back to just being neighbors. So I would like to ask for you to vote in favor of this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heidi Crumvine? Is it Crumvine? Am I close, Heidi? That's good. Pretty close. Good.
It's on? Okay. Yes, my name's Heidi Crumrine. My maiden name was Jones, and my husband doesn't understand why I took his name. I'm here today. I have many hats. I'm a teacher in Concord. I teach at Concord High School, and I also graduated from Concord High School. I'm the 2018 New Hampshire Teacher of the Year. I'm a resident of Concord, and I also am the mother of 3 public school students. And I'm really here more with my mothering hat, where I will dovetail in my teachering hat. I wasn't even going to speak today. I was just here. I took a personal day for another need, and so I thought I'd pop on over and listen to some testimony, and I couldn't keep my mouth shut. The reason that I wanted to share a little bit of a story is just that I have three daughters, and 2 of them do receive special education services, and they're sort of interesting because they do not have extenuating, incredibly expensive needs. They're sort of your typical need, and our goal for them is, as others were previously talking, is that we give them the specialized instruction that they need when they need it in their classrooms, so that eventually they're not going to need those anymore, because they'll have the tools and they will have grown their skill set. And I think what empowers me to speak in support of this bill is that when we empower school districts to be able to give their students what they know they need, whether they are special education or not. But unfortunately, as the previous woman has spoken, we target special ed for how much it costs. But when we provide our schools with the resources that they need, which they don't currently have, then we empower them to be able to do what is best for their students, instead of labeling them as, oh, the expensive kid just moved in. It won't matter. And so I think sometimes our conversation becomes so heightened when we say, oh, these kinds of kids are costing us money. No, they're all our students. And the foundational value of a public school is that we are committed to educating and servicing and helping whoever comes through the front door. And there is no other institution in this state or in this country that commits to doing that. And so if we're going to make that commitment, then we also need to empower our schools to be able to do that. And empowerment comes with, money is what empowers them. And so as a mother, I'm incredibly grateful that my daughters are getting what they need, and they've blossomed. You wouldn't even probably know looking at them that they need that extra support. And it's because their school was empowered to be able to do what it needed. And I think every school in this state, regardless of the zip code, should be able to do that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Are there questions for Heidi? Thank you for taking and using your personal day to come in and do that.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you. Next person is David Trumbull.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I stand in support of this bill for 3 reasons. First is I'd like to start with the concept of the presumption of competence. Oftentimes when special ed is discussed, the question is this money important? And it is important. Individually, these students have the right to a free and appropriate education, but more than that, in addition to that, rather, it also has a return and investment in for society. An odd thing happened in Texas. In 2005, the state decided that only 8.5% of their children needed and would receive special education services. They just picked that number. So obviously, there's more than 8.5%. Eventually, the Department of Justice sued, overturned that, and everybody started getting the services. But this created this sort of like control group for scientific researchers to say, what happens when you lose special education services? And there's a report, it's in my testimony there from 2 professors, and it's in the American Economic Journal. What they concluded was that the absence of special ed services can reduce the likelihood of finishing high school by 52% and reduce the likelihood of going to college by 38%. And the reason for that is because of the extensive and intensive services that students receive in the general ed classroom, or sometimes not in, but the teachers, aides, and the paraprofessionals. So this education is not only a legal right, it actually is beneficial to society. The second thing is the question here really about this bill is what should be the state's share of this? Right now, the state's paying 11%. The money's already being spent, as several people have said. The problem with the state only paying 11% is that it puts an undue pressure on local communities, which leads to the story you just heard, the stigma against parents. It leads to the problem in Dover where they don't have the money to put in place a good long-term solution. So the state's failure to adequately fund creates new problems. If you provide that funding at the state level, you remove those problems. Even if the total money doesn't go up, you eliminate the stigma, you allow towns to manage and operate their businesses in a sensible and intelligent fashion. The only then last objection is, what do you do about the windfall for the students who don't cost $29,000, as you've asked a couple of times? So remember, you've got two parts to the formula, the differential aid and you got the catastrophic aid part. So you could cap the differential aid at 29,000, but then what you could do is say, now we're going to fix the catastrophic aid part. Any student who receives more than $29,000 in services, to address Representative Damon's question, we would no longer wait for them to get to 75,000 and only pay 80%. We would jump in and pay all of it or most of it, or whatever percentage that you would graph it out on the chart to figure it out. You would pay for those people, so you would not have an underfunding situation. So if you combine the two of them, so basically what I'm saying is instead of worrying about the dollar amount, if the committee says we are committed as a state legislature to increasing the state's share from 11% to whatever number you pick this year, let's say 20% this year, then the next biennium you go to 40%, the next you go to 60, then 80, then you get to 100. Just like you did with the stabilization fund. You cut it over 5 sections, you eliminate that stabilization fund. You could do the same thing with special ed, increasing it 20% per biennial budget, get to the final number. That would give you some time to have DOE hire the people they need to figure out how to do it. But the key thing for you is, are you willing to increase the state's share? That's the ultimate question. If the answer is yes, you can find a way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have one card left, and that's from the School Boards Association. Becky, do you want to talk today or tomorrow?
Thank you, Representative. That's completely up to the committee. If there are people from other agencies and departments here that
We
answer better questions, I was just offering to.
Thank you very much. I think we'll hold off on you then till tomorrow, seeing that we have catastrophic aid right on the docket here, and we're running behind. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing and open up 717. That's the next bill. That's, yeah, I got it. Relative to catastrophic aid for special education.
Okay, the chair is going to step down and appear before us since he's the prime sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, and I'm here today to present HB 717, the relative to catastrophic aid for special education. And we've heard some good testimony earlier this morning referencing the other side of special ed within differentiated aid, but we did touch at times upon the special education aid, which is associated with the old term catastrophic aid. Catastrophic aid is another place where the state has participation along with the local school district. However, this bill I presented right now does just one thing to the catastrophic aid, and that just changes the formula around and backs it off so the state does have a bit more involvement. However, the primary purpose of this bill is for us to have a vehicle in which to further discuss that. And obviously, there's several vehicles that are coming into us on catastrophic aid. Catastrophic aid is set up based upon the first 3.5 times the average per pupil cost is paid for by the local district, using $20,000 as a per pupil cost. So you can see the local district has to cough up $70,000 first. Then from that $70,000, from that 3.5 times to 10 times, it's a split between, not a split, but the state takes over 80% of that cost and the school district takes up 20%. You add that 20% in with the $70,000, you're coming up close to $96,000 the district's going to have to cough up for getting to the top end of that scale. We recognize this is on the street, this is the one area that I hear the most comments about is how are we going to pay for special education? It seems to be growing and growing and growing. So I submitted this one as we have the other bills, trying to stay in compliance with federal law, like on the adequacy stuff. Yeah, there is a portion of the federal law, data fact sheet, indicator 5 of the IDEA Part B, which says those categories. This one right here, we have that obligation. And so I would like us as a committee to be looking at this. We need to have work session on it and to help calculate how we're going to support the critical needs of these students that qualify for this area of education. I'll take questions if you need.
I'll lead with a question. In a prior term, I co-sponsored a bill that you were the prime sponsor on then that would have reset the threshold at 2.5 times. So it's my understanding you're not wed to 3. You're just trying to make sure we have a bill where we can calibrate what's appropriate.
Yeah, there are a lot of aspects. Thank you very much. There are a lot of aspects to this portion of law. We have the amount that the state and the local contribute here. We have the issue dealing with proration of dollars. I was part of a bill even back when Representative Guile was chairing this committee, the Education Committee, and both of us were very, very concerned with the proration. The proration then, we had distributed for CAT aid back at that time, $21.5 million, FY13. The actual costs came in at around 34. Excuse me, not 34, but the 21.5 was 71.8% of the actual cost. We have the same thing going on right now where we allocated 34, but we're over $51 million in actual costs, and we're prorating back to 67%. These are the costs which local districts cannot sustain. They cannot sustain this going forward. And yet they want to also provide the children that require services the support that they need. And we need to look at that as well to ensure that that support is being provided by the people delivering it. There's a lot to this, so I will close. We could go on, we'll do it tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
Thank you. Any questions? Very good.
Thank you.
We should have a sporting discussion tomorrow morning. Okay, I have no pink cards. Is there anybody in the room that wishes to? Okay. We do have one. So first I'm going to call Representative Margaret Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry, serving Sullivan District 7, Charlestown, Unity, Newport, Plainfield, and Cornish. I have 5 towns in my float district, but only 2 stoplights. I have 4 of the 5 towns don't even have a high school. Compared to other urban areas, most of our school budgets are smaller. And that makes it harder to come up with front money when we have extraordinary costs for special education. And if it isn't refunded at the promised rate, well, that can be catastrophic. And the price of special education isn't prorated to a town's school budget. It's the same number all the time. So if it's not reimbursed totally as it was promised, a large budget number takes a bigger bite out of a smaller district's budget. So I have one problem with this bill as it's written. I know you're going to work on it tomorrow. Is lines 15 through 18, where it talks about an extra fund for towns with communities of 1,000 people or less. And none of my towns fall into that category, but you heard about my hometown of Plainfield in the last bill of the extraordinary special education cost uptake from last year. So I'm just saying, when you look at this, maybe consider a larger number in the community, or maybe just the size of their school budget rather than their population. And finally, if we don't meet our promises for reimbursement here in the state, we have no standing to approach our congressional delegation to ask them for full funding for special education at the federal level, which we all know doesn't even come close to the amount that they promise. So on behalf of the districts I represent, especially the small ones, I'm asking you to make sure that we hold ourselves to what we've promised for reimbursing extraordinary costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Hits close to home for me. Any questions? Very good, thank you. Next will be Michaela Demeter. Did I get the accent on the right syllable? Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you. I have 13 more minutes to say.
Mike.
I have 13 more minutes to say good morning again. Once again, I'm Michaela Demeter. Once again, I sit on the Dover School Board and I'm a member of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project, but today I do not represent either one. I represent myself. I would like to note it is challenging to represent your school board because these committees are the schedules are put out a week in advance. And when we don't have a school board meeting on which we can do a public vote, that is challenging. I do know anecdotally the members of my school board share my values in general. So without being specific, I just want to make sure to state that for the record. I am speaking extemporaneously today. I wasn't planning on speaking, but when I was reviewing the text of this bill last night, I valued the attempt that Representative Ladd is making to decrease the threshold after which catastrophic aid, now called special education aid, is put into effect. I do agree that the reduction from 3.5 times to 3 times is not nearly enough. As we heard in the prior hearing, the true additional cost of special education in New Hampshire is an average now of over $31,000. So if we are looking at the average cost to educate one student in, I almost said in Dover, I'm so used to saying in Dover. If we look at the average cost statewide to educate one student and we set that around $20,000, that $30,000 mark is 1.5 times. And so I would advocate that as you are thinking about how to potentially shift this 3.5% or 3.5 times number down, perhaps even further down than 3, I would advocate for going as low as 1.5 times, because that just about directly lines up with the true cost of the additional cost of special education in New Hampshire. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for addressing this. I know there are many bills covering all of these things, and I do value the work and the effort you are putting to really listen to the people in school districts who are telling you the real life stories of how this is affecting their communities and their taxpayers. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And last pink card I have is Jerry Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jerry Frew, the Associate Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. I know that we're approaching lunch very quickly, so and I know how Chairman Ladd gets about lunchtime, so I will make this very brief. I would just like to commend to this committee to read the testimony regarding HB 717 that was submitted by Superintendent of Schools Chip McGee from Pelham, which talks about the impact of the underfunding of the current year's special education funds that were provided to school districts. It talks about Pelham's challenge of about $266,000 of special ed aid that they anticipated that they did not get because typically the reimbursement rates have been around 80% in recent years, and this year the reimbursement rate was closer to 66 or 67%. And Superintendent McGee offers an amendment perhaps for Chairman Ladd's bill, which would help school districts recover some of the lost opportunity to recover costs in the current year. And so I would just encourage you to look at that. He also illustrates the last 7 years, the New Hampshire Education Department's budget in this area. And gives you some good information for discussion. That's all I'll say.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, no questions? All set then. I believe, is there anybody else who'd like to speak on HB 717? So with that, I'll close the hearing and return the gavel.
Okay, and we're going to try to get through this next bill prior to lunch. It's HB 742, and just word to Jerry Frew, who was just up here. Yeah, I did see Chip McGee was one of those districts. Pelham is in tough straits. I saw that last night on the data that came across to me. I get it.
I'll get you a card.
Welcome.
You want me to go?
Representative Luno, go for it.
Thank you very
We're
much.
742, requiring catastrophic special education state aid funding to be drawn from the Education Trust Fund.
Terrific. Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Luno, representing the people of Merrimack County District 9. We're the folks of Hopkins and Bow, but I don't give up Concord very easily or any other parts of the great state of New Hampshire. So as all of the bills that we're talking about in this committee seem to affect everybody across the state, and certainly affect all of our constituents, our neighbors, and our friends. So HB 742, as the chair said, is directed to how school districts receive the state's categorical grant for special education. It's the exact same grant that Representative Ladd was talking about in the preceding bill, House Bill 717. And so this is a little bit different than the adequacy grant that school districts receive. In fact, it's not an adequacy grant. It's called a categorical grant. And it's very specific to a set of conditions with respect to expenses for special education students that qualify. And as Representative Ladd was talking about in the last bill, it would reduce that threshold from 3.5 to 3, potentially, as Representative Spilsbury was talking about, to 2.5. But that's not what this bill does. This bill is about how the school districts receive the state's categorical grant for special education. So I want to start off talking about how students in New Hampshire schools perform among the best in the country. And you don't have to just believe me when I say it, and I do say it a lot. But Governor Chris Sununu said it in his last State of the State address. In fact, I think he said we're top 5 in the country, and that's a lot to be proud about, particularly when we're last in the country when it comes to the state share of public schools. But you know, it's really also amazing to think about that our students do so well. Our public school students do so well because public schools have to be everything to everybody. And that's something we don't talk a lot about. Public schools are not one size fits all. And here's another fact to sort of throw out. Actually, I think it's close to a fact. It may be a little off, but I think I hear it quite a bit. New Hampshire is among the wealthiest states in the nation. We might even be number 1. We can probably fact check that, but I think we're close. And a lot of the kids that attend our public schools do come from affluent backgrounds. But also a lot of the kids come from low income families too. You don't have to go very far to see that happening all across the state. Teachers in all of our public schools have classrooms filled with all kinds of different students. I know we do in Hopkinton. Hopkinton's a very socioeconomically diverse community, despite its reputation. And school classrooms do look a lot like the general population, people that we all interact with every day as grown-ups. And important to know that public schools don't discriminate, whether you're rich or poor, what type of background you came from, what type of country you might have came from, what languages you speak. Public schools don't discriminate. Doesn't matter what the student's background is. Public schools don't discriminate. Public schools work with every student, even students with complex needs. For example, physical disabilities, developmental disabilities, and we've heard a lot about the range of services these students receive. Not really going to get into that. Some of these disabilities and student characteristics might last a short time. I think we heard earlier about a student who graduated out of their IEP, but others might last a lifetime. But most importantly, public schools don't discriminate. Doesn't really matter whether it's a short time thing or a lifetime type condition. Public schools don't discriminate. And our public school teachers work with all of these kids in different ways to meet them where they're at and to meet their needs. So public schools are not one size fits all. And people all over the Granite State have high expectations for our public schools, that they serve all of our kids without discrimination and with strong student outcomes, just like the governor said in his State of the State address. And Granite Staters, and this is where it really becomes cool, Granite Staters vote on school budgets that are also among the strongest in the country. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that, but these budgets are voted on by our friends, our neighbors, the people who live in our cities and towns, and they don't just say, okay, let's vote on a strong school budget. They open their wallets to fund them with the highest property taxes in the country and the lowest state share to help them with these costs. Other states have significantly lower property taxes and a much higher share of financial support for public schools. There's a correlation here. So don't let anybody tell you that when the state sends more money to public schools, it doesn't do anything for property taxes, because every other freaking state in this country proves that assertion wrong. High expectations, serving all kids, and Granite Staters put their money where their mouth is. And the results are there. Even the recent NAEP tests show how New Hampshire is bucking the national trend. Unfortunately, the state doesn't seem to share these values. Over the last 8 years, the state has lowered standards for curriculum, instruction, and assessment. They've eliminated standards for superintendents who lead our schools and educate 160,000 kids every year. They've eliminated standards for school business officers who are responsible for more than $3.5 billion public tax dollars every year. And the commissioner has even proposed slashing the substantive content that defines an opportunity for an adequate education, the very subjects that schools must offer, giving students voice and choice. And strong. I'm getting right
aim
to
it
it.
a little bit more at the cat's eye?
Yep, getting right to it, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And doing this while raising an arbitrary cut line for proficiency. It's good to have high expectations, right? We share that. Public schools are not one size fits all. Public schools don't discriminate. So back to the bill. So, Mr. Chair, you got me at the right time. Back to the bill. Public schools work with every student, even students with complex needs. That's what this bill's about. And that's where this categorical grant for special education comes in. The bill doesn't change the grant, just how it works. Current law says that when the cost for a student exceeds 3.5 times the average cost, the state picks up half of it. And for students more than 10 times the average cost, it picks up all of it. If we want to look at other policy changes, rather than 3.5 times, make it 3 times, make it 2.5 times, this bill's not weighing in on that. But the payment that the state makes from that currently is subject to a 2-year budget appropriation. And if not enough money is appropriated, the state share is prorated and districts don't get what they're expecting. Keep in mind, these are costs incurred by the school district, and when the state doesn't pick up its share, it falls on the local property taxpayer. And that's exactly what happened this school year. This school year. Not talking about budgets that are now being approved for FY26. I'm talking about this school year. Not enough money was appropriated by the state to cover the state's share of necessary services required under state and federal law. And that means the state would shortchange schools by more than $17 million. Got to ask yourselves, what's that mean for your district? What does that mean for taxpayers where you live? So what this bill does is eliminates the budget appropriation and makes the special education aid payment come from the Education Trust Fund. The same fund that guarantees, and remember, payments from the Education Trust Fund are guaranteed. It's a must-pay type fund. The same fund that guarantees adequate education payments to our public schools and payments for charter schools and payments for vouchers. It's must-pay. And I'm not here to weigh in on the policy, but only that the state puts its money where its mouth is. Obviously, this bill is part of a group of bills, just as the preceding bill is, and others from earlier today, relating to special education, and we'll be working on all of them, Mr. Chair, I believe tomorrow. Correct?
Are you done right now?
Yeah. That's my wrap up. That we'll be working on these tomorrow. Thank
So
you.
I have a question for you. The last sentence in your bill. This reporting shall not in any way prohibit or delay the distribution of payments. Now, right now we know that our payments for catastrophic aid are based upon what we had in the pot from the previous year. Kids move in to your district this year. Does this give free ability for the commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services or whomever to reach into this education trust fund and subtract money at any time without having this approved by some agency of the legislature?
It would be having been approved as a law. It's approved by the legislature the same way as guaranteed payments for public school adequacy, for charter schools, and for vouchers are all guaranteed. And in fact, this language here in the report we're talking about is an education trust fund deficiency report. So it's where the trust fund has gone negative, whether that's because of paying, providing money into EFAs, or whether it's paying money to with 1 year in arrears, because this is all based on 1 year look back to public schools for special education aid. But it's very clear, and this language here was taken. And obviously you can quote me because I'm here being quoted, but it's taken from existing law, whether it was from the charter school section, the adequacy section, or the voucher section, I don't remember. But it says that should the education trust fund fall into negative, the governor shall the governor is authorized to draw a warrant from the Education Trust Fund to satisfy the state's obligation under this section. Such warrant for payment shall be issued regardless of the balance of funds available in the Education Trust Fund. If the balance in the Education Trust Fund after issuance of every such payment is less than zero, the state comptroller shall transfer sufficient funds from the general fund to eliminate such deficit. And that deficit report does get reported to the fiscal committee, and so that's language from existing law that draws on the trust fund. The other operable, actually the whole operable part of this is the changes in bold beginning at the bottom of the first page
I
of the
get
bill,
that.
and then obviously elimination of the appropriation clause, the proration clause, and this funny little thing, gimmicky thing that we did, I think, several years ago, Mr. Chair, that said if there's additional money left over in this fund, which there never appears to be, that we would somehow give it to very, very small school districts. So.
That was the Senate did that.
Okay.
No,
I wasn't
and I can quote the
casting
name of the
any.
person who did that. But that is where I want the next question I have
Sure.
here. So we have two pots of money, possibly, it says may, $250,000 for this and $250,000 for the ones that have less than 1,000 kids in the district. To mitigate these issues which may arise where there's not the money to do that at the local level. They may not have a reserve account or something with the money for these catastrophic, and $250,000 doesn't go far. I know it. Wouldn't it be wiser rather than to eliminate the whole thing, to up that ante over there on that side so that we have a pot of money there that's already been approved by HB2 and one?
I mean, Mr. Chair, if the legislature wants to create a special fund to do that, I suppose it could do so. I don't believe this has ever been invoked before because I don't believe there's ever been, material excess in the what was formerly called the Catastrophic Aid Fund, Catastrophic Aid Appropriation, or the Special Education Aid Appropriation. Obviously, this would be incompatible with language since this proposal here is to draw it off the Education Trust Fund, which should almost always have additional funds in it. And if it doesn't, the comptroller, the governor draws a warrant and the comptroller shifts more money into it. So it only really works in an appropriation type language. So I think if you want to see that, and as I recall, some of these very small school districts may even be districts that don't operate their own schools. So, excuse me. So places like Hart's Location, for example, that has a huge property valuation per pupil. Seems unfair, inequitable to be providing excess funds, if ever any were to exist, to these communities with few kids, enormous property valuations, when we've already heard today how much these prorations affect places like Manchester and Newport and Charlestown.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the bill have a typo on page 1, line 6?
Yeah, it does. I've noticed that. Thank you very much, Representative McGuire. I've noticed that in other bills too. I think it's more of a PDF or a printing error. And I don't know if Representative Ladd's.
Well, I had.
Yeah, because yours modifies that a little bit differently with brackets and a hash through it. But I suspect it's either a typo or some sort of artifact in PDF.
You didn't intend to change it?
No,
3.5.
no,
Thank
3.5. Thanks.
Representative Pillsbury, do you have a real question?
My question just got asked.
Oh, you asked the same one. I was going to ask that too. I think everybody's looking at that. That's why they say 3, THREE, and 1 and. And
yeah, but that wasn't the point of the bill.
Yeah, I think that's where all our questions were.
Yeah. All right.
Any further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Great. Everybody can enjoy lunch.
Well, wait a minute. We may have some
All
good
right.
cards here. We do. We have one. Kristen, Special Education Advocate's Office.
Hello, I will be very brief in making just 2 points. One, in listening to all of this testimony on the last 4 bills, I hope this committee will really consider whether some of the concerns about creating categories or putting a flat cap or having, a flat dollar amount, because those are the 3 different things that were talked about, could be alleviated by further reductions, as one person just suggested, not going from 3.5 to 3, but coming from 3.5 further down, 1.5, 2 in the catastrophic aid piece, because then you're really dealing with actual costs. And then if those funds were guaranteed to districts, you might avoid some of the agonizing over where caps or flat dollar amounts should be set, and the difficulties with categories in terms of some federal prohibitions against having aid depend on where a student's placed. So really looking at the catastrophic aid, 3.5, is it 3, is it maybe 1.5 or 2, could offset some of those challenges on the other side
Thanks
initially.
very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I do not have any other pink cards on us. Are there any pink cards forthcoming? Not seeing. I will close the hearing on 7:42. And we are taking a break until 1 hour from now. And coming back to look at 675, which starts at 1:15. Okay, folks, welcome back for the afternoon session here. We are looking first at HB 675. Oh, this is a long title here. Increasing the total revenue raised under the statewide education property tax, requiring municipalities to remit excess statewide education property tax payments to the Department of Revenue Administration, limiting the authority of school districts to make certain appropriations, and increasing base adequacy costs per pupils. The whole 9 yards is here. Welcome, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the House Education Funding Committee. For the record, I am Representative Joe Sweeney of Rockingham District 25, the town of Salem. For years, New Hampshire has wrestled with the challenge of ensuring that every student has access to a quality education, while also maintaining fairness in how we fund our schools. Today, I present House Bill 675, legislation designed to provide a more sustainable, transparent, and equitable approach to funding education across our state, while also providing a legislative vehicle to comply with any pending court decisions if the legislature chooses to do so. I'm going to just go over what this bill does. This increases base adequacy aid per pupil. Under HB 675, the per pupil base adequacy grant will increase from $4,100 to $7,356.01, ensuring that every child, regardless of their zip code, receives the resources necessary for a quality education. Provides a sustainable, predictable funding model. For too long, our education funding system has been unpredictable, creating challenges for both school districts and taxpayers. This bill ties education funding increases to the Consumer Price Index, ensuring predictable and gradual adjustments that account for real economic conditions rather than arbitrary political decisions. This implements responsible and reasonable spending controls. HB 675 also recognizes that education funding is not just about revenue, but about responsible spending. This bill caps school district budget increases, excluding facility construction, so that annual increases align with either a 3-year average change in student enrollment, a 3-year average of past appropriations, those are the two where it is, and then their spending can be overridden by, this spending cap can be overridden by a 2/3 supermajority vote of the local legislative body. So in cities, that would be the Board of Aldermen, or in towns with town meetings, that would be the voters that show up in March, April, or May, whenever their town meeting is hosted. This provision protects taxpayers from runaway spending while ensuring that schools still have flexibility to meet changing needs. This legislation is about fairness, sustainability, and predictability. It recognizes that education in New Hampshire must be funded, but that funding must also be transparent and responsibly managed. I know there are a lot of people that are here to speak on the bill and the varying aspects they might have disagreements with. Again, this bill is a vehicle for the legislature, if we choose to do so, to respond to any pending court case that may be out there. I'm happy to take any questions. I know this has been an ongoing conversation we've had in the state. And I also just know that there's others here that may be more equipped to answer the questions than I. But thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. We usually have a whole room full in here, and I'm looking at spotty. But Representative, are you willing to take any questions, Tal?
I can take questions.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Well.
All right.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you have any indication of when the Supreme Court will rule on Conval, et cetera, timing wise compared to when we have to pass this bill?
I don't have that, and it could be at any point in which the Supreme Court rules. So I don't have that info at the top in the back of my head.
All right. Thank you.
Representative, last year there was a amendment made in Division 2. I believe it came from the chair of that committee at the time, which had similar language here. In fact, how you process the SWEP money that is excess. Is this similar language that was in that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I apologize, I missed the beginning of your introduction, so I was testifying. I just want to confirm at the end of the bill, page 3, lines 24 to 26, or 28. So that amendment is increasing the ADMR, but completely eliminating differentiated aid.
Yes.
No additional coverage for any of the other categories that we currently provide additional funding for.
I believe so.
Further, yes, go ahead.
Do you have any indication yet about the fiscal note?
I do not.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Yes, thank you. When I look at this on the first section, seems to me that what it does is say that the property tax payers, which now pay the statewide average, or pay the statewide education property tax, will now have to pay twice as much. So because that $773 million is pretty much twice what they're paying now. So this to me looks to me like this shifts costs onto the school districts. And I also wonder why it's in the tax section. It just.
Sure, I'll try to the best of my ability to answer that. You have to couple it with the local spending controls that are put in place by the legislation so that the actual property tax owner won't see an increase.
Follow up?
Well, yes. So that to me says that you're saying this, I understand that this won't make their tax bill go up. But on the other side, what does it do to the adequacy aid formula? Because the statewide property tax is a component of the adequacy aid formula.
So it increases the adequacy grant from $4,100 to the $7,356 and a penny.
Thank you.
And
Further questions? Yes, Representative Erf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clear up any confusion, I don't believe this impacts the differentiated aid. If you read the sentence, you'll notice that it's just replacing up to that point. And it still continues to say differentiated aid, a cost of $7,000, blah, 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 per pupil plus differentiated aid as follows, and that then follows on in the law that as it exists now. So it's only changing the 4,200 roughly to the 7,300.
thank you for the clarification. And I'm sorry I answered that question incorrectly earlier.
Can I respond?
Representative Damon, yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you answered it incorrectly or if the language is not clear, because it sounds like it could be interpreted either way. It says plus differentiated aid as follows, colon, and then there's nothing here in the bill that follows. So that looks to me like it doesn't include differentiated aid, which is what I wanted to clarify.
Perhaps that can be clarified by others that are going to come forth and testify.
Sure.
Representative McGuire.
Or I can, I mean.
Or sure you can.
So this is only replacing subparagraph A. There's still a B, C, D, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Right, so, yeah.
That's how we understood it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions of the representative? Yes, Representative Luno.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Sweeney. I'm sorry I missed your introduction. I was upstairs introducing a bill myself, but wanted to get back down here as quickly as possible because I think there is a lot of interesting elements to this. And apologies if you already discussed this, but it looks like you've defined statewide base adequacy aid as that calculation that comes out of 19840A, with the new base of 7356, the Conval number, and then defining the statewide education property tax that pays that as being 68% of that number. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, thanks. I want to make sure I had that understood. Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing it, you're off the hook.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
all. Have a good one.
Eric Power? Where's that card?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members of Education Funding Committee. My name is Eric Power. I'm from Brookline. I'm here representing myself. Just want to give you a little of my background. I have lived in Brookline for almost 31 years and also an Air Force veteran of 30 years. I served on the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board for 3 years. Currently the president of the School District Governance Association of New Hampshire, and I'm starting my 5th year on the Brookline Planning Board. And I think of all the bills we have this year, I see this one as a big, big solution to a lot of challenges that the state has put forth, that we have now. We have a housing crisis. And I think the housing crisis is being driven a lot by the high property taxes, which is being driven by the school spending primarily. And so I see this as a solution to that, because what you're doing is you're increasing aid, but you're putting in the necessary controls so that the aid actually will go to property tax relief. If you just give more aid, what's been happening on the ground in school districts, and I've seen it myself, and I've seen it across the state, is that spending just tends to go up and never goes to property tax relief. So I think the part of the law that has the 2/3 majority vote to exceed the inflation-based cap, if you will, is a good thing, because I think that will bring spending under control. And there will be budgeting the budgeting will come to meet that. I don't know about the donor towns. I know there's some, there's a case at the Supreme Court. I think it was smart for Representative Sweeney to put that in, depending on how you want to react to it. I go either way. I'm not really for or against the donor towns. I know the arguments on both sides. I did want to mention a couple of small things that might be looked at if you're looking at the language, where it talks about you shall not have a voice vote on this 2/3. And I would like to point out that that might want to be strengthened a little bit, because show of cards, somebody might say, well, show of cards isn't a voice vote because it's not a voice. But you might want to say something like it needs to be a ballot vote when you're going for the 2/3 override. I think that would be important. That's on page 2, line 15. And I think also the other piece of the legislation that would be important to clarify would be facilities acquisition and construction. What does exactly mean for that? Is that certainly a new building, a new school, that would count as that? But what do you do about a renovation? Is that maintenance? Is that construction? What about what we're seeing now across the state? A lot of these are doing what they call new green deals. They're putting in solar panels and other sort of things that are maybe not really facilities, but they're certainly being done. And I've got 2 in my Hollis Brookline co-op this year being proposed, and they're leasing them. So I think tightening up the language, or at least defining what does facilities acquisition and construction mean, what goes into that? Is it bond things? Is it lease things? You want to be able to kind of make sure that there's no loopholes there on the language. And somebody's already answered the question that this about our RSA 19840A. It's really not changing anything there except for increasing the base adequacy aid from $4,100 to $7,356. The other aid is remaining there. I think this could be a game changer, because I think, the legislature and both sides of the aisle can agree we have a housing crisis. And one of the major things I see being on a planning board, people promote buying land and taking it out of service for conservation. And the main thing they use as an argument is, look, it's going to avoid having this many students. And that's definitely what's been happening. That's the headliner, whether you like it or not. That's what's happening on the ground. So you want to be able to answer that, and maybe there would be less resistance to housing and zoning and such if they knew that the extra students wouldn't bankrupt the town or the city. And I think that having this common sense bill to help,
ensure that spending remains under control with an override mechanism is a very good step. And I'm really happy to see this bill. Like I said, it's probably the most important bill in my view for helping the state move forward to get us back to more prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I want to go at a comment that you made about every time the state sends money to school districts to reduce property taxes don't change. So I just have a couple of questions for you. How many states have a higher property tax than New Hampshire?
I'm not sure about property tax in other states. Sorry.
Okay, so would you
follow up?
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. New Hampshire is one of the highest property taxes in the state, and I was wondering the second part of the question is where do you think New Hampshire is in terms of its state share of funding of local of public schools?
I know it's not among the top, but I think this bill is helping to address that, and I think that's important.
Dead last. It's dead last. So dead last state share leads to highest property tax.
Representative Luno,
That's the correlation.
Representative Luno, you're presenting information that's not.
No, fair enough.
No,
but I'd be hope somebody that's discussing. Well, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, let's do that. Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In an attempt to clear any confusion that may have recently happened here, could you maybe give us a background on what makes you say that when the state sends more money to the towns, property taxes don't drop? Anything that happened recently that led you to that conclusion? Any basis?
I just look at. Thank you for the question, Representative. What I see is the tax effort never goes down, even when the aid goes up. They find a way to spend the money, and maybe there's a little bit of chump change that comes back, but it's very small. And the only way that you can force the aid to actually go to tax relief when the state does a lot of work to give more aid is to actually put some sort of cap. And there was a law that was passed last year, and it's already being very popular and being proposed in many, many school districts across the state. It's RSA 32.5E, the school district budget cap enabling legislation. There's people that want to have that in place in many, many school districts because they want to be able to have common sense budgeting. So when you have a budget cap, you actually are getting into the budget committee, if you have one, the school board's planning process and say, look, we can spend up to $12 million. And if you know your aid's going to be, $3 million or whatever it is, you can actually plan to that and just saying, oh, we're getting $3 million more from the state. Let's spend 14 or almost 15 million. And that's the problem. So that's what I've seen in school districts is that it's seen as a windfall. And it also got conflated a little bit with the pandemic and all the funds that came in at that same time. But in general, there's not somebody standing up and saying, hey, let's give this to tax relief. It's more of how can we spend it? And that seems to be the trend.
I have a question for you. On page 2, line 8, you talk about a 3-year average percent change in ADMR. Did you give any consideration to extending that out maybe to a 5 or a longer period of time to get that average?
I mean, I think that could be a tweak to the language. I did not help with this bill. I'm just I'm an observation. I wish I did help with it, but I did not. But I think that the having an average is good. We do all know that across the New Hampshire, on average, most districts are losing students. It's been a trend that's been going on for a long time, but you could soften that a little bit by opening that window to 5 years if it made sense. I would support that as well. I also think the inflation being averaged over a few years is good. That will also help. In municipal budgeting, what you're trying to do is you're trying to not shock the taxpayer. You're trying to keep things at a reasonable increase and to ask school districts and towns to stay within inflation that we're all underneath is common sense, and that's what this legislation does. And if there's an urgent need and 2/3 really agree we've got to spend that extra money, that provision's in here. But otherwise, I think it will be, there's many, many people out there that are looking for this to pass. That's the number one thing I hear from taxpayers. When is the tax relief coming from Concord? So if you give the relief, you also want to make it happen with the spending controls that's in this legislation.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative McGuire, then Representative Damon.
So you brought up an interesting point about the average. Since the enrollment is declining, the average would presumably be higher than current enrollment, right? So wouldn't that necessarily make the first budget kind of a little higher than it would have been the previous year, right? Because it'll be times a bigger number of students rather than the actual number of students.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Yes, the moving average, and I'm an engineer from my training, so mathematics is something I'm good at. As you have a decrease, it's not going to decrease as quickly because you're going to have the history of the previous years. So it also doesn't shock the school if it goes down. They tend to get more money per student even when they don't have them as they go away, whether it's just from natural demographics, or if students are opting into the EFA program or whatever's happening, it does protect the school district. So it's sort of like moderating the whole trend. And same thing with inflation. Inflation goes up really fast. It also does the same thing. It moderates it. And when it goes down, it moderates it.
Thank you. Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, which has two parts. So first, are you aware of the recent vote in the Kearsarge School District where a budget cap was proposed?
I am aware of the school district budget cap proposed in January by Kearsarge Regional School District, yes.
So then you know that motion failed by 92%. The budget cap was not appreciated. And the parallel question that I have is, would you comment on the state imposing a budget cap versus New Hampshire's longstanding respect for local control and communities determining what's right for their community?
Yes, I think I agree. The school district budget cap is a great piece of legislation. It's being proposed by many school districts. I think the way we have our school district meetings, whether they're annual or SB2, it does not lend well to adopting this kind of legislation. And I think if the state is going to give aid, the state has the right to actually put some conditions on it. And I think spending controls is what the people want. What people do, at a meeting at Kearsarge, my understanding is it was one of these traditional meetings. They have a charter, I think, and but you still had to show up in person to vote. How would it shown up if it was actually doing an all-day vote? Might have been very different. So you have a different sample set when you have these traditional meetings versus you have all-day voting.
Further questions? Not seeing us. Thank you very much. The next card we have here is Lil Mahan. Yeah, Mahan. Do you have the red? There you go.
Thank you. It's my first time. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lil Mon, as I said, and I am the school board chair of the Lebanon School Board for SAU 88, as well as the mother of 2 high schoolers at Lebanon High School. I'm speaking today in opposition to this bill, specifically in opposition to its effect on local control of education and the means by which aid is calculated. First, I am most concerned with the proposed school funding limitations included in the language of this bill. At its most basic level, imposing funding or tax caps at the state level takes away local control of education from local boards and local voters and taxpayers, which should be anathema to the New Hampshire legislature. Indeed, it is hard for me to see this bill as anything other than a textbook example of legislative overreach. In addition, as we have seen in other states such as Massachusetts or in cities in our own state such as Manchester, the imposition of tax caps on school districts only ever results in teacher layoffs, cutting core academic classes, and reducing other other vital programs such as art and music, eliminating important positions such as librarians and mental health professionals, freezing salaries, and ultimately gutting public education and hurting children by depriving them of the solid public education they deserve. Tying funding and tax caps to the Consumer Price Index does not in any way affect any increases in the costs of goods, services, and insurance that schools need, for example, the costs of which will undoubtedly continue to rise, while schools' buying power will effectively continue to decrease year over year as a result of this proposed cap. In particular, the funding formula suggested here relies on a problematic variable. This bill continues the tradition of using the average daily membership in residence, or ADMR, to calculate appropriation amounts. In Lebanon, our ADMR is often close to 1,300 students, while our district enrolls over 1,600 students. Just because a portion of our students are not in school on a certain day in the fall when the ADMR is counted does not mean that our district is not then responsible for educating and instructing and providing critical services for the additional 300 plus students when they do attend. To use the ADMR average to calculate any sort of funding cap immediately puts districts like mine that are growing at a disadvantage. We will never be able to adequately educate all the students who are our responsibility if ADMR is used exclusively to calculate the funds available to the district, making this proposed funding cap even more inequitable. In theory, this bill proposes that all additional funds raised by municipalities will be sent to the state and used to meet the increased per pupil cost of over $7,000. However, to be perfectly frank, there has been little evidence that the state is interested in doing anything at all to increase per pupil spending, and instead ample evidence that the state is rejecting any calls, judicial or otherwise, to increase funding for students. So it is my fear that the funds collected under this bill will instead simply flow directly into the ever-increasing and completely under-scrutinized Education Freedom Account Fund, further destabilizing and hobbling public education in New Hampshire. I urge you to consider this blinding hypocrisy. While the state appears to be fighting tooth and nail to reject its constitutional obligation to fund public education adequately in New Hampshire, this bill is simultaneously attempting to limit from on high the amount of funding local districts and school boards can raise for themselves. Please reject this ill-conceived attempt to deprive local taxpayers and school boards of our ability to determine how to fund our public schools as we attempt to educate our families. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
To the best of my ability, sure.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any.
Great.
Thank you very much. Mark Dakota?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Mark Dakota. I'm the Waterville Valley Town Manager, and I currently chair the Education Coalition Communities 2.0, which is a group of 21 member cities and towns that have come together to ensure that any future funding solution for state aid to education does not unfairly mandate that tax money raised in one town be sent to another town to be appropriated by way of the Department of Revenue Administration. As such, my comments focus primarily on the provision reinstating the donor-receiver community system. On behalf of the member municipalities of our coalition, I appear before you today to oppose House Bill 675. This bill seeks to yet again establish an unfair funding scheme that this legislature repealed in 2011, that the New Hampshire legislature repealed in 2011 and considered and dismissed as recently as last legislative session. House Bill 675 has the same flaws as the past actions, namely requiring towns to tax their citizens and give the money to another town with no accountability for how it is spent. Under this flawed scheme, the state is saying every town must tax its citizens for education purposes through SWEP, but not every town will be able to spend those dollars raised for education through SWEP in that community. I'd like this committee to know that every dollar currently raised through the SWEP is spent on local education purposes in all New Hampshire communities. There is no such thing as excess dollars within education funding in our state. Under this bill, millions of additional dollars will have to be raised by towns through the local property tax. In the town I work for, we currently raise $764,000 through the SWEP portion of our total tax rate. All that money is used for educational purposes, and we also spend additional funds for education through the local education portion of the tax rate. Under this bill, we will have to raise a little bit more than $1.6 million through the SWEP portion of the rate, and then we will have to send approximately 1.3 million of that, or 81%, back to the state. Once we send those funds back to the state, we will have to raise that amount again through our local education tax rate to fund our schools. That's $1.79 per thousand increase in our overall property tax rate, and our taxpayers will have no say in how it is spent. This bill proposes having similarly situated municipalities being treated differently. At this point, I'd like to point out another issue that we see with this bill. As raised last year during discussions of proposed funding bills and amendments, as the amount of funding per pupil increases, the number of so-called donor communities increases as well. There are currently 27 communities with so-called excess SWEP dollars. As we look at the financial information related to this bill, 47 communities would become donor communities by having to send additional dollars back here to Concord. Remember, every one of those dollars will have to be raised again through the local education portion of the total tax rate. If our towns do not want increases in their total taxes, then all education and municipal priorities will be impacted. Our taxpayers will be forced to reassess school budgets with potential negative impacts on education programming. This seems to be the opposite of the intent of any increase in education funding within our state. Members of the committee, I urge you to reject this bill's fallacy of free money from what some consider rich towns. Do we really consider towns such as Freedom, Bridgewater, or Hebron as rich communities? They all donate funds under the provisions of this bill. This bill creates winners and losers across the Granite State and has the potential to negatively impact our municipal and school budgets in many ways. House Bill 675 creates an unfair redistribution of property tax revenue. This failed policy has been tried before and repealed. It does nothing but cause acrimony in our municipalities. There's no inherent fairness, accountability, or fiscal responsibility in this provision of the bill. The bill simply takes education funding from one community and redistributes it to others, thereby increasing the tax burden of some property owners in our state over others. Education Coalition Communities 2.0 appreciates the challenges in addressing school funding in our state. We care deeply about ensuring a quality education for our children, and we will continue our support for a fair and comprehensive approach for education funding in New Hampshire. Working with legislators, community leaders, and the general public, our members are confident that an appropriate resolution can be developed that does not treat different towns disproportionately or differently. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Spilsbury?
Thank you, Mr. Dakota. As you know from prior discussions, I'm very sympathetic to the concern. Do you have a list of the 27 towns and also, I think you said 47 towns that
Yes,
would be
Representative.
incremental?
We worked with I guess it was the DOE spreadsheet, and we looked at the communities that would have negative numbers. I can share that with the committee if you'd like.
I think that would be very helpful.
Further questions, Representative Luna?
So thanks very much. And I didn't hear this isn't my question, but Representative Spilsbury, the last part of your question was the list of.
I'm looking to identify those towns that would be impacted by the incremental increase.
Okay. Okay.
That would become similarly situated.
I can show the way we looked at the spreadsheet, Representative.
Okay. And then as far as data like that goes, I'd also be interested in seeing the list of towns who are members of the Coalition 2.0.
Yes.
Just to know who we're talking about here.
Absolutely.
But my question is the statewide education and property tax? I'm sorry. Is the statewide education property tax swept? Is that a state tax as far as you're concerned?
That's the title of it. Yes, sir. It is part of the local property tax rate that is set within each community.
But does it work like a state tax?
It is an equalized tax that is levied as part of the local property tax.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Ames.
On the taxpayer's bill that goes out in your community.
Yes, sir.
Is there two lines? Are there two lines that relate to the subject we're talking about? A school tax line and a state property tax line?
Yes, Representative. There are two pieces, two parts of the overall property tax rate that are used for the funding of education within a community. There is a statewide education property tax, and there is a local education tax rate, as I referred to them in my remarks.
Representative Burton has anything. Representative Burton.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your view, would a one formula system where all towns are evaluated on relative wealth, tax base, sped ed students, whatever variables, if that one formula was applied to all towns, would that be a better way to fund education than this piecemeal way? And I live in a donor town, but I have a strong self-interest in education because I represent the University of New Hampshire. But would one formula that we could devise and all agree on, would that be much better than what we've got now?
Well, Representative, we are willing to look at any other format for the funding of education here in the town as a group. We are simply opposed to this donor receiver community system because it changes every year all the time. So another way to calculate the state portion of the education funding, sure, we would look at it as an organization.
Thank you.
Representative Luna.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So going back to the state tax issue, how are other state taxes collected? Do you know?
I do not know, Representative.
Okay, but you're a town administrator.
But
what do you mean?
Other states or
No. Ours like the rooms and meals tax or
rooms and meals
tax.
taxes, those are sent here to Concord and portions of them come back to either school districts or to the municipalities.
Okay.
They're distributed each year.
Okay, and then do the people
Follow-up question.
Follow-up, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do the individuals who pay those taxes, whether they're rooms and meals taxes or business profits taxes or formerly the interest and dividends tax, is Waterville Valley held accountable to these taxpayers in terms of how Waterville Valley spends that money, their money?
Yes, we are.
Could you explain how they're accountable?
Those state aid to the towns is used to offset the tax rate of the town. It comes into the town, and at tax rate setting time, we have a total amount of money that was appropriated by the town meeting, and we have offsetting revenues that go against those, and then the remainder is what goes on to the tax rate. Simply.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
I have one question. For those towns which are these, quote, old donor towns, and you have this excess money, are they directing money to, for example, like funds for school building aid or catastrophic aid and in a dedicated fund? So there's a purpose and a consistent purpose throughout the state of how this additional dollar is being directed.
No, Representative. The school budgets work the same way as what I just described as the town budget. So they have a meeting, a school district meeting that appropriates X amount of dollars. They have offsetting revenues, which right now includes all of the SWEP money that is raised through the state education property tax portion of the tax rate. That's applied to what the school district appropriated, and then the remainder is what is funded through the local education portion of the tax rate. So if you take, oh, I'm sorry.
So you would be opposed to taking those funds which you have and putting them in, let's say, in either of those two dedicated funds to offset the costs of new construction. So you would not, for example, if you're authorized a building aid grant of $3.5 million and you have in that fund $1 million, the grant will reduce to 2.5.
Well, yes, we're opposed. Our coalition is opposed to the fact that you would take what is currently being used for the overall school budget, making us take a piece of that, send it in, because all that's going to do is take whatever dollars, like my example of Waterville Valley, that $1.3 million would then come out of that revenue. And not only would we have to raise it in the SWEP portion of the tax rate, but because we can't use it for education in our town, we would have to raise it again in the local education portion of the tax rate. This money is already being used for schools.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Ames.
I asked this question because I don't think it was said in your testimony or in any of the questions that were asked, but, and I think you know the answer to it, and I think I do too, but you've talked about the SWEP tax and as you see it, the unfairness of taking away the excess, so what we often call excess swept amount, and sending it elsewhere in the state. But you haven't pointed out that the Superior Court judge has ruled that that system is unconstitutional, and that an appeal challenging that ruling filed by the state is before the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And arguments have been made on both sides, and it's under advisement by that court as to what the ruling will be. I think it's important that that be on record. Would you agree that I've fairly summarized the situation?
With only one other thing, Representative, I believe that the Superior Court judge found it constitutional. We appealed that decision as a coalition. The donor receiver community system, that was our appeal to the state Supreme Court. That was the Rand decision. That our argument to the Supreme Court was that he found it unconstitutional and we found it constitutional. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, further questions? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other pink cards on this bill? It's 675. Not seeing any, I will close this hearing and we will prepare to get into the next hearing, which is on 527. HB 527, replacing statewide education property tax with a local revenue contribution. Whose bill is that? Oh, Representative Phillips. Are you looking for a pink card? Oh, don't worry about that. We'll get that.
No, I made it up for you.
Oh, you did. Thank you so much.
No worries.
From Dakota, you mean? No, Sally's all for Sally, so we had three. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did, you had three of them, yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Sally Fellows. I represent the towns of Plymouth, Ashland, and Holderness. I've passed around some testimony. Let's see here. I'm going to start with just a little bit of history about the SWEP tax, and then I'll go into what my bill does. 25 years ago, in response to the state Supreme Court ruling that the state, not local districts, must pay the cost of an adequate education, the state did two things. It increased aid to school districts, and it invented SWEP. SWEP, which is the statewide education property tax, was created by changing the single line on people's property tax bills to show the local tax assessment of schools. And what it did is it split that into two lines, the local education tax and the state tax. The total tax assessment for education in each town did not change because the sum of those two lines was the same as what was on the original line. The state did not send out tax bills, and the town was still the tax collector. During the first few years of adequacy aid, towns had to remit excess SWEP to the state. Excess was the amount that was raised by SWEP that exceeded the town's adequacy calculated base cost and differential aid. Only that, it exceeded that amount. Since adequacy aid did not come even close to covering the cost of schools, all towns still needed to raise a substantial amount of local education tax. Remitting the excess was highly unpopular, and it was repealed in 2004. Now about my bill. SWEP has been called a virtual tax, a phantom tax, and smoke and mirrors because it exists only on paper. The state reports SWEP revenue that it never collects, and it reports a SWEP expenditure that it never pays out. This bill will remove the SWEP line from property tax bills. The total tax paid will be the same. The change will be an honest and transparent recognition that when local homeowners and businesses pay property taxes, that is a local support of education and not state aid. There are some more other reasons that, and this isn't even all of them, that we might want to eliminate the SWEP from the tax bills. Municipalities are responsible for police, fire, roads, welfare, and schools. Their only significant source of revenue is property taxes. The state has many revenue sources and options. I believe towns should have the exclusive right to revenue raised from property taxes. Both the Claremont and the Conval lawsuits sought property tax relief. If SWEP is not eliminated, we will see bills in this legislature seeking to increase the amount of SWEP. Increasing SWEP means increasing property taxes for everybody and reducing state aid. I believe SWEP is unconstitutional because the equalized values used to determine the taxes are not uniformed. Towns are required to do revaluations every 5 years. So each year, about 20% of towns bring properties up to current market value. The equalized valuation of a town revalued 1 year ago is not comparable to that of a town revalued 5 years ago. The attached Sunday Union Leader article from January 26th illustrates this inconsistency in equalized valuations. Also, because SWEP tax rates are for 1 year, SWEP tax rates for 1 year are calculated on equalized property values from 2 years earlier, the rate is not uniformed. Also attached to my testimony that I gave out to all of you is the Departments of Education's report, which shows that those SWEP tax rates are not equal. This bill replaces SWEP with a local contribution within the adequacy aid formula. Subtracting SWEP from each town's cost of an adequate education reduces what the state pays in real dollars by $360 million each year. This bill simply turns that around and acknowledges that what the state really pays is reduced because collectively towns are contributing that $360 million SWEP toward the cost of an adequate education. The bill also requires each town to spend at least that amount of money on their school district each year. That is not going to be a problem because they all spend way more than that already, but it does put into the law a guarantee that states are getting what the state considers funding for an adequate education. This whole thing makes the bill revenue neutral for both the state and for towns. This bill does not provide property tax relief, but it does deal with the issue of donor towns, and it will allow this legislature some time to study the impact of the dramatic shifts in property tax values that have occurred over the last 3 years. There has always been inconsistencies in equalized valuation, but because of what happened during COVID with so many people moving into the state and paying very high amounts of money for property, just exacerbated the situation. As a Union Leader article points out, owners of lower priced manufacturing homes have seen the greatest increases to their property taxes. In most towns, school taxes are at least half of the tax bill. We need to look for alternative measures of fiscal capacity that are less reliant on equalized valuation, that could be, we could be looking at income and median home values, just as an example. So that explains my bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Fellows. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Are there any other pink cards in that? Are there any other pink cards on this bill? I will close this hearing. And we're at 2:15. The next, so we just. Wow.
Right along, you caught up.
Wow.
You passed it. So.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice job.
So the next one. Yeah, we got a half hour here.
All the same variety.
Is there anything we can discuss? I don't even know if we have do we have we don't have that, we can exec anything, I don't think it's on the bottom of that calendar, this go around, this week. Executive session, something legislation, duty, health, throughout the day, time permitting. Covered. Take on some news. Yeah, well, see. No, I'm not gonna do that right now. See, we have some scheduled for Tuesday morning. And we got a caucus also tomorrow. So I think I want to find out where everybody is. And we don't know, we're missing some people too. Okay, we're ready to keep rolling here, folks. We're ready to go ahead and open up the hearing at HB 734. That's modern math. It's 245. This bill is relative to the state of education property tax and the low and moderate income homeowners property tax relief program. Sounds like Representative Ames. Yes, that is Representative Ames's bill.
How'd you guess?
Well, we've talked about this homeowners stuff before. Welcome, Representative Ames.
Thank you. I have passed around an outline of my position, my presentation of the bill. I'm not going to go through this word by word. Spare you that. And I also passed out an article that I came across literally just a day or two ago, just by chance, on a website done by Doug Hall, an analysis of Newington, New Hampshire's situation, particularly as it relates to excess SWEPT. And I found it interesting. I thought you might too. So that's background music, and you can look at it when you want, if you have time, given all the other things that are cascading onto our tables. This bill has had a former life and with different numbers. It's slightly different from the previous two versions. Each time in each session, this bill has gone to interim study, and then an interim study report has been issued saying it, what's the right word? It is recommended for future legislation. So the delay relates to litigation, and throughout this period of time, SWEPT, the statewide education property tax, has been under a dark cloud related to the belief by some, strong opposition by others, that it's an unconstitutional tax in the way in which it's administered, and in the way in which I'd say the statute requires that it be administered, which is to levy a statewide tax rate on all property except utilities across the state, use the municipalities as the vehicle for sending out the bills, and then having the revenue collected, and instead of depositing it in the state treasury, retaining it at the local level, and sending it out to the school districts that serve that municipality. So that's the current arrangement. SWEPT is let me go through what SWEPT is. It's a statewide tax. It's a state tax. The levy is a function of work that the Commissioner of Education is charged with doing. Every municipality that is served by a school district, I think every municipality, it receives a warrant from the Commissioner of Revenue and acts pursuant to that to include on the local tax bill a line for the SWEPT tax. And the SWEPT tax rate is an equalized rate as it comes from the commissioner of the local municipality, sends that, bills that rate, but now in the local property value adjusted for the local property tax differences from the equalized level, and that goes to the taxpayer who pays it, and then that money comes back, as I said, goes to the school system. So in this bill, the excess would no longer follow that route. In fact, none of the revenue from the SWEP tax would follow that route. The money would be collected by the municipality, but it would not be retained locally. It would be sent in to a central location to the Department of Revenue Administration for deposit processing and deposit into the Education Trust Fund. And then what happens to it after that would be simply a function of the system, the laws that the state has in place for spending money out of the Education Trust Fund. So it would go into a statewide allocation system instead of being retained locally. My bill, this bill makes one change right up front. For years now, except for 1 year, the SWEP rate has been determined as the rate that would produce on an equalized level as applied to all property in the state of New Hampshire except for exempt property and except for utilities. That would produce at that rate $363 million. And a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, something like that, the amount to be produced was $100 million less than that, $263 million. But now we're at the 363, I think I got it right, $1 million level for the current situation. And my bill makes that $363 million subject to adjustment each year by a cost of living adjustment, a CPI adjustment. I was proudly led to make that adjustment when I saw a graph that the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute has in their fantastic booklet that maybe all of you have received, I hope so. Which shows the property tax, the statewide property tax, and the amount that it's collected adjusted, but for going back in time for value, for the changes in the purchasing power of dollars. And so we have in this chart, I can't show it to you, it's too small. It has at the end of the line in 2024 the $263 million, and then as you go back in time, you go back, and it has more and more value going back. And back in 2008, it was, if I can read this, just shy of $600 million in terms of its value. So you lose value every year when you've got a fixed amount you're raising. Every year, that's what we've done. And it's raised by applying a lower and lower rate. We're now down to, I think, a $1 and something equalized. When I started paying that rate, because I came into the state in about year 2000, it was very close to $3, I think. So the rate goes down, the same amount's produced, and the value that's available for paying for school funding costs that is then paid for by SWEP goes down, and other sources have to pay the difference that the formula produces. So I thought it was a good idea to put in a cost of living adjustment or CPI adjustment into the bill. So that's in this bill. Otherwise, it's the same system for determining what each town should pay, and the commissioner does the same job as before. And the warrants go out, and the local communities raise the money, and then differently from now, they remit it to the state. When it gets to the state's level, the money goes into the Education Trust Fund under this bill, and can be used. The current law provides for a rebate to taxpayers based on certain standards, low income. It's called the low and moderate homeowner property tax relief program, something like that. And that program, which is in place today, provides for relief from the SWEP tax. This bill extends that relief to both the SWEP and the school tax, and provides relief for homeowners, taxpayers that are in the low to moderate income ranges that are in the bill. And it applies to property up to a certain value, but not above that. And you can go into the details by looking through the bill itself and my testimony. I tried to lay it out as best I could. There's a cap on how much can be spent to make sure that we don't we provide an unreasonable cost on the state. It's $30 million, which is about equal to the excess SWEP money that's expected to come back into the state's hands with the end of the SWEP retention. So I think I've covered the main elements of the bill, and I realize I'm dealing with detail at a very general level, so I apologize for that. And there is one other provision in the bill. It's a study committee on property tax relief that is to look at the situation of rent payers, whose rent is undoubtedly affected by property tax rates. How should the rent payer be? How should the rent payer's situation, the tenant's situation, be addressed so that some element of that relief that I've just spoken about could help them in their situation. That's it. I do have on the back of this the last year's report by the Ways and Means Committee. Last year, this was the last two sessions. This bill was in Ways and Means, and my esteemed colleague who's facing me wrote this report, and we worked together on this, it summarizes the bill that was in, before the committee at that time. So that's my testimony. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Representatives. I have one question, and then I'll turn it over here. When it comes to these refunds from your tax bill, like the veterans get or current use and all that other, are you talking about the same type of a deduct, like the veterans up to $500, or is it coming off the assessed property values? How's that going to work? This refund that you talk about on page 2, line 9.
Yeah, we have exactly the system in place right now.
Okay.
It's very low level because it's only against the SWEP tax, which is a relatively small amount compared to, say, Jaffrey, which is much, much more for the school tax and for the other taxes on the bill. And it's a rebate from what the taxpayer is billed and pays, and the taxpayer has to go through a process of asking for the rebate, and there's a form for that. The municipalities right now are obligated to advertise this to make it as easy as possible for the taxpayer to request this where the numbers fit, where the taxpayer is eligible. And then that relief in the end is processed by the DRA. And they've got a setup for this. So they process it, and then the relief is sent out from the I believe it's from the state level. I'm not sure of that. I think so.
So the last one I have, if we're going to ask the towns that have excess funds to return it to the state, are the towns going to be afforded a processing fee for handling this, gathering it, processing it, and sending it, or are they just going to have to do it on their own accord?
Well, it's a good question. I did propose that in the previous bill. It was a 3% collection fee. That could be put back in. I think it'd be fine. There's one other change in this bill, which requires requires the remittance to be in 4 payments through the year, and the schedule is to be worked out by the Commissioner of Revenue through discussions, after discussions with the municipalities. And the thought there is that there will be cash on hand that will be invested and produced in interest the municipalities will have before they have to remit it. And maybe that would help pay, at least pay in part, some of these costs. But that's something that surely can be looked at.
Thank you. Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Ames. What's the justification for the utility tax property exemption? Doesn't that run into the same non-uniformity problem that the Rand lawsuit was about?
Not really. Not really. To answer that last question, utilities are different. They're a unique form of property. So I think the court, if it had to look at that question, would say they can be treated differently. And then they are treated differently. They pay a much higher tax. It's $6.60 per 1,000. It's what the swept rate was back in 2001. And it stayed at $6.60 per 1,000 for utilities. Gets remitted to the state. It never gets into the hands of the municipalities. It hasn't been part of this excess swept debate because the utilities don't have to pay the swept tax. They are exempt from it.
Can I follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So it's a different question. Sometimes people don't pay their property tax, and so the town might not necessarily collect the full amount they're supposed to. Does the bill make it so they still have to send in the full amount and then go collect, or do they drip and drab stuff back to the
That's a
state?
good question. I don't know that for sure. I think I would want DRA to tell us exactly what happens there. I don't know. Maybe Representative Luna would remember that, but I'd be careful in answering that question. It's a good question.
More rulemaking. Go ahead, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to that last point and Representative McGuire's question, I believe the commission study report talks about that because we did receive testimony that that property taxes are paid with a very, very, very high degree of reliability. And so there's very little uncollected on that. And as Representative Ames said, it's doled out in 4 tranches to the DRA, which should enable the town to receive, so the municipality to receive some earnings on that during the process. But my question actually is clarifying in nature, going back to Representative Ladd's first question regarding the changes to the low and moderate income homeowner property tax relief program, which my understanding is a rebate that comes from the state, which is unlike the veterans tax credit and other tax
Well, it
credits,
shifts the burden.
which are overlays onto the other local property taxes. This is something, it's applied to if I understand it right, correct me if I'm wrong, the homeowner would apply to the state and the state appropriation for this, which is contained in here, that rebate would come from state dollars.
That's correct. That's correct.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm trying to recall the $30 million cap that's in this. There is a cap in current law, isn't there?
No.
No, there is none. So having a cap fundamentally, I would think, requires DRA to manage this process because it could be subject to proration.
Well, that's right. And so we have, that part of it I haven't looked at closely, but there were discussions with DRA, and we have the issuance of the rebate, the paying out of the rebate at a late date, so that, and a deadline for the request for rebates before that, so that the total need will be known. And then if there is a need for an adjustment, it can be made, and then the payments will go out. So I think it all fits together.
Further questions?
And second question. Of course, these all tie together to SWEPT, but it's almost like there's two different bills here, right? One regarding the low and moderate income and the study committee. If for any reason there wasn't a consensus to support that part of the bill, I assume you would still consider the first two parts sufficiently important in their own right to run.
Oh, I absolutely would. And I think that gives me occasion to say that this bill in significant part is before you to fix what may prove to be a constitutional problem with the existing tax. It is not a bill advocating for or against having a statewide education property tax. But we have it right now, and if we're going to have it and administer it, we have to do so constitutionally. And it may be constitutional, it may not be. We'll find out. And then we can, if it's constitutional, then we can approach it with our policy manual on and make some judgments about whether we think it's a good thing or not. And if it's unconstitutional, we can do this, or we can also do away with it. There's another option, So I'm not here to advocate one way or the other for it. It is a major source of funds that goes into the school funding formula, for better or for worse. That's the way it is right now.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for taking my question and bringing this forward. Could you talk a little bit about who you would consider to be the likely candidates for the low and moderate income property tax relief program?
Well, there's so many out there that live in both wealthy and property poor towns. It's misleading to talk about wealthy towns and poor towns because it's much more complicated than that. It's income levels that we, have a very dim insight into because the information is so scant. We've got very good information on property values, but who lives in those properties, we don't have really good information on that. But without doubt, in practically every community, even the high-end communities that have very high levels of property tax per capita or per student or whatever your per measure is, have some manufactured housing or trailer homes. And right there, it's going to be fairly low cost. And there are going to be people living in these houses, and some will maybe have lived there all their life, and it's now a very valuable piece of property, but it wasn't when they started living in there. And it is people like that who will be able to benefit from this. There are in other towns that are rural and where the property values are low. who also will be eligible, and the people living in those properties will have income within the limits here. It is trying to target a relatively low-income community for sure, and trying to limit the amount that can be remitted to something that's reasonable and manageable for the state. And so it does, I didn't mention it, but it's mentioned in my summary, have a $1,100 per taxpayer ceiling. You can't get more than that. Even if the calculation brought you to a higher level, you get cut off at $1,100. So that's.
Just a quick follow-up. How does that compare to the current program?
Well, the main thing is the amount of money that's available, because this applies to the school tax as well as the SWEPT. And the SWEPT in my community is about eight times less than the school tax. So school tax is a big element in this calculation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This might be obvious, but I'm not clear. So is it in the tax relief, $1,100 per claimant is per residence, or if there's a husband and wife, do they each qualify for $1,100 or potentially qualify?
No, it's the household.
The household.
I think it's the household.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Yes, thank you. So, right now, the maximum amount of the home value that you can apply for is capped at $220,000. And I know from before it was set at that figure about 4 years ago, it had been $100,000 for a long time. I'm wondering why you made the portion of the home value that can qualify for this tax lower instead of making it higher, because property values are, going up and up and up.
I think it was a function of the inclusion of the school tax into the calculation. Now we're talking about, you see, a much higher rate on the value of property that's, okay.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
I just
Sure.
a note. I think this. I assume that this bill, along with the other SWEP bills, will be part of our deliberations later on as we think about school funding.
Well, I'm sure. I'm
Yeah.
sure. When we're talking about all this money, we're going to be definitely talking about SWEP.
But work session.
In work session, yeah, oh, yeah. Well, the work session, tomorrow, it's just special education.
Oh, I know that.
Okay.
So we're not going there, but
Not-
that's what we're trying to get towards in that second week of February now, or after we get by this, then it's work session for the rest of that month till March 6th, when this bill has to be out of here.
Sounds good.
I just have one more question. I don't have any fiscal note. Is there one?
Yeah, yes, there is one that got handed out. It's in a pile of paper that you have somewhere.
Oh, it's on the desk right in front of us here, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to the next card, which I have here on this bill, and it's Zach Sheehan. Are there any other pink cards on this bill? I just have that one here in the bucket. Okay.
Good afternoon again. For the record, my name is Zach Sheehan. I'm here representing the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. I will try not to reiterate anything that was just said during the opening of the bill, but just wanted to highlight a few points. First off, which was, the last time that this bill was introduced that Representative Ames mentioned was actually exactly 2 years ago tomorrow. House Bill 569 that did a very similar approach to expanding the currently existing low and moderate property tax relief program. So there's a program that currently exists in law. The Department of Revenue Administration currently administers it. Structure's already there. The bill we're talking about and the previous versions are just looking at making the claims and the limits more realistic in today's income and housing markets. Since the program was established in 2001, the number of claims granted dropped from 27,000 in the first year where they were granting claims to right about 5,500. And that's largely due to stagnant until about 3 years ago, a bill Representative Fellows filed increased the limits a little bit. But until that point in 2021, the limits had stayed exactly the same for just about 20 years, which definitely means the number of claims of people eligible were shrinking over time as costs were increasing, as housing prices were increasing. I think the really critical part of this, as we talk about the kind of conversations, and you heard some of it earlier, relative to a previous bill about SWEPT, remitting excess SWEPT, whether or not to go down that road, the history of that. One of the large arguments made from opponents of changing SWEPT back to a true statewide tax is that there are people who live in towns where the community itself might have high property value on average. Doesn't necessarily mean that everyone in that community is wealthy. That's true. What I think is really good about this bill is it does two pieces, right? It changes SWEPT back into a true statewide tax, which we think is in line with the Constitution and the intent of the original SWEPT as it was written and enacted. But it takes into account the fact that there are people living in communities that might see, if they had to remit excess SWEPT and then wanted to keep the same level of funding in their communities for their schools, they would need to raise their tax rates. This takes that into account by dramatically expanding this existing low and moderate property tax relief program for those folks that might be on the edge there, that maybe have been living in Portsmouth for 30 years and are right on the edge. And so I think this is really kind of walking this fine line among the SWEPT debate and taking into account that people pay taxes, towns don't pay taxes, right? These are individuals paying SWEPT in their individual communities. And how can we target specific relief through, again, an existing program that we chronically underfund? How can we expand the amount, expand the claims, everything that was kind of introduced in the opening of the bill. A few more numbers just to kind of put in context how underutilized and underfunded this program is right now. The average relief per applicant in 2021 was $240, which when the average property tax bill was over $7,000 is not really meaningful relief. It actually dropped to $150 in 2022. We're back up to about $200, $201.66 in 2023. So we have this program. It's providing very little relief relative to the actual cost of property taxes in the state. And I think that this bill, I know there's a number of adjustments that could be made. Some of them were brought up in the questions earlier, but it really represents an opportunity to actually address property taxes, which I know everyone here has heard a lot about, in a program that we already have set up, while also moving in a direction that we believe is in line with the original intent of SWEPT as a true statewide tax. It's a state tax to pay for a state obligation to fund education, and is likely in line with, hopefully recent court rulings, and we'll see what the Supreme Court says as well. I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. One last thing would flag that the Fiscal Policy Institute has done a lot of really good studies on this program over the years. So if you're looking for some historical data, they've done a good job tracking those claims and trends.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any more pink cards out there we have not got up here? Thank you very much. We're going to close this hearing, and we're going to go into, look at the time here, 3:30. We got a few minutes we got to play with here. 7 or 8 minutes by this time zone. Yeah, they're all different.
Not in the chairman's discretion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we gonna recess for a few minutes? I have no idea what we're doing right now.
Yeah, we're breaking right now for about 8, 10, 9 minutes or so, thereabouts.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
we'll start up at 3:30.
by that clock.
Not assume and stand up in the middle of a meeting.
Yeah.
That clock is a couple minutes fast.
So probably about, well, whenever it's 3:30. It's 3:30 somewhere, right?
It's a good problem to have though.
Yeah.
Seriously, we're finishing it.
We're ready to go ahead here with the next and last bill for today. It's 3:30. HB 137. This is relative to allocating excess statewide education property tax funds for local school and municipal purposes. And I'd like to recognize and welcome Representative Cordelli to our committee.
Thank you. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And it's nice to visit with the other education committee. HB 137 deals with current law. It's not hypothetical or proposed change to the funding formula. This deals with towns that collect more than is required by the state under the statewide education property tax. And I think it goes back to 2008 when that quote unquote excess money for the statewide education property tax was sent from the towns back to the state. In 2011, there was a special committee on education funding, and I believe Chairman Ladd was part of that committee. And that had a number of revisions to the statewide education funding formula, including differentiated aid and fiscal disparity aid. It also eliminated the requirement for these excess, quote, excess swept funds to be returned to the state, but could be kept in the towns for educational purposes. And actually, in the original bill as introduced, it specified they'd be kept to offset school building projects or catastrophic special education costs. That provision was, that section was amended out by a later amendment in the House, but the bill passed and became law in 2011 that allowed those quote-unquote excess funds to be kept by the local district. There has been some rumors and confusion about how those excess funds are used. I've heard some people say that the town keeps some of the money to use for other than educational purposes. I think that there's a coalition of these towns that has testified in court papers that they know of no town that does not send that money to the schools for educational purposes. And I have not heard of any myself. But I thought it would be wise to put into law, and that's what SB 137 does. It adds a sentence at the end of 76:8 Roman 2 that those excess quote unquote funds, the amount collected above what the state says is required by the town, shall remain in the town for the use of the school or school district. That is basically it. Very simple. It goes back to the original intent, I believe, and hopefully this will clarify that original intent and how those funds are to be used to put any misconceptions to bed. And that's my bill, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Aren't there some locations and places that are so small they either have no students or the amount of money we're talking about here would be way in excess of what it would cost to educate the students that they have?
Well, I have a really, a relatively small town, about 2,000 people, and we do collect more than is required by the state, even though it's a uniform tax as required in the Constitution. It's a uniform statewide education property tax rate. Because of some other people's properties down by the lake, we collect more than the state says we have to. And if we go back to a formula such as in 2008 would have a drastic impact on our community to return those quote unquote excess funds to the state. But there are towns also that actually have a negative rate. There are some, I think of one unincorporated place in our county that has a negative tax rate because of that, yes.
Further questions?
So what would happen to that negative tax rate here? Because currently, as I understand it, that money is returned to the property owner, right? Or just is not charged in the first place. Whereas here, it has to go, by your language, it has to go only for schools, but maybe there is no spending on schools. You see what I mean?
The one unincorporated place that I do know of in my county, they do have several students and tuition them out to either a local public school or to a private school for high school purposes. So they have some education funding requirements.
Further questions? Representative Fellows.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Cordelli, are you familiar with legislation that was passed, I believe it was in 2004, that did something like this? The language in that, though, it was to address the, I was wondering if you're familiar with that question.
I am not familiar with the 2004 legislation.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth.
So one of the things that's like that you might be interested in is that it said instead of used for school districts, it said used for education, which could be more broadly interpreted.
Yes. Yeah. If I were to rewrite some of the language, I might use something like that, or even say for instruction or infrastructure needs.
I want to follow that because while we're on that topic. I'm going to ask you a question about it. Was HB 337 back in 2011, sponsored by Representative Hess, Flanagan, Ladd, Kirk, Bentoncourt, and Jasper. And that particular bill, would you be supportive of what that bill said were the monies that were what we're talking about is this excess? One of the options within that was to put that into a fund in which it was directed towards building construction renovation, or at that time, catastrophic aid. And it would offset applications later on. There are other options, of course, within that bill which we had, and also spoke to the interest gained from it. The interest would go back to the municipality.
I would be interested in language like that. I would like to see instructional purposes added to that, with test scores and the need to improve our proficiency rates. I think that instructional needs would be a very valid and important use of any of those funds as well.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Luno, you had your hand up.
What was the bill number you just referenced?
HB 337 FN local. I've got it right here.
So thank you, and that was from 2011?
That was
Yes.
2011. It was hijacked, changed, resulting in stabilization, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is a question back up, very similar to the last question that you got. But in terms of your community, Tufton Borough being able to use this supplemental grant to improve student test scores and things like that, should Newport also get a supplemental grant from the state? Because my understanding is their student outcomes are some of the lowest in the state. Should they also get supplemental grants from the state to help improve their test scores too?
I think that Newport and other communities do get additional funds through physical disparity aid and extraordinary needs grants and other mechanisms other than collecting more than is required by the state for the statewide education property tax.
Okay, so a follow up on that. So when I'm talking about it specifically, it's through adequacy. And the statewide education property tax is a component of adequacy. So once adequacy has been met through statewide education property tax, and a community gets a supplemental grant that could be used for improving test scores, should other districts get supplemental grants as part of adequate education aid to do the same?
Right. I don't think that a community is necessarily focused on what is adequacy grant versus other grants. They're interested in the amount of money they get from the state, whether it's in collection of local taxes above what's required, or money from the state due to lower property values, for which they get money.
And final follow up on it, because it's right to that. I'm not talking about from the community's perspective. I'm talking about from the state's perspective. Should the state be issuing supplemental grants as part of the adequacy grant to other communities the way the way you propose them doing so for Tufton Borough?
The state isn't involved with these. These are local taxes that are collected by the municipalities. It just so happens because of higher property values in some parts of the town, possibly, the town collects more than is required by the state.
Okay, thank you very much. Should be noted that the legislature in its wisdom struck out the fiscal capacity aspect of what we sent across the aisle or to the other side of the wall, and there's only the extraordinary needs grant that we're looking at.
Yes.
Are there any other questions of the committee? See, Representative McGuire, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that, Mr. Chairman, I looked up the bill you just mentioned, and of interest is it was sent to the Special Committee on Education Funding Reform. So
We've been there and
everything
done
goes,
that.
everything comes around, goes around.
It's a circle, isn't it? Absolutely. Representative Fellows.
Yes, thank you. Since we know that any of the municipalities that fall into this category of getting more, if they're SWEP being higher than than the cost of adequacy as calculated in the adequacy aid formula, we know that they get more than that. We know that those same communities don't get any of that extraordinary need money. So do you think that any municipality could provide a real adequate education with just the $4,200 per student and those differentiated amounts?
There are communities and school districts that do that, yes. And, look at the what we've seen just yesterday with NAEP scores in terms of, what's happened since 2013 when we had high NAEP scores, maybe a high point in NAEP scores in 2013 for the state of New Hampshire. And there has been little change in the NAEP scores in New Hampshire, but spending has increased by almost 60%. So, I don't think that spending is always a true measure of getting results in terms of academic proficiency in our students. If that was, maybe I missed your question. I'm sorry.
So I'm thinking what's going on with remitting the SWEP is because the the municipality has to remit some of the SWEP because in the adequacy aid formula, their cost of inadequate education calculated with that 4,200 per student and et cetera, is less than what was raised through the SWEP. So I'm just wondering, I don't know of any school district that has a expenditure per pupil that's in the $4,200 range.
I'm not aware of that.
Representative Damon, did you have your hand up or I?
It was just answered.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Wait, okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, so you've talked about the example, obviously, in your home community of Tufton Borough, and you know, as far as what it looks like here, that grant would be, and this is according to the Education Department's fiscal year 26 comparison spreadsheet that they provided to us at our orientation a few weeks ago, that grant would be $11,592. So, and that's compared to the average adequacy grant of about $5,200. So you know, more than double that, and you know, I'm just talking about this from a fairness standpoint, that where the average adequacy grant is $5,200 and the one to Tufton Borough is more than double that from the, you know, the adequacy grant. That is that fair? And then to go beyond that, the one for Newcastle is actually $38,353 per pupil compared to the $5,200. And do you find that fair? Should Tufton Borough get the $38,353 that Newcastle's getting?
My bill's not intended to address fairness. It's just intended to clarify current law and the use of those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. I'd like to call forward Paul DeShane. Is this your pen or Welcome.
Welcome. Yes, thank you very much. My name is Paul DeShane, and I am a project manager for the town of Newington and also their representative at the Education Coalition Communities 2.0, where I also serve as the vice chair. Our group rises in support of House Bill 137, and mainly for the stated reasons that Representative Cordelli spoke to, in terms of its codifying and making it specific as to all these excess funds, however you describe them, are being used in our communities for education purposes. I know of no other community that where they're used otherwise, because we're required to turn those over to the school districts that serve our communities. So beyond that, I'll be brief in terms of I incorporate all the comments under 675 that my colleague Mark Dakota said in terms of SWEP and our viewpoints on the transfer, and we believe that it's more equitable and fair to have the communities that generate those funds have the benefit of those funds. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Question, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. Do the power plants in Newington, are they considered utility property and untaxed in the way that we were talking about earlier?
To my knowledge, they are the exempt properties to the statewide education property tax, but they are assessed the direct utility tax, which is the $660 per thousand, that is directly assessed by the state of New Hampshire.
Could I follow up?
Yes, you may.
So do they pay your local school tax, for example?
They pay the local school tax. They're just exempt from the SWEP portion.
I see. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much. So just as the state assesses the SWEP tax on property, I think the next or this year's value, I think it's $1.12 per thousand is the equalized rate, and the state also assesses the $6.60 per thousand on the utility tax. Do you guys does Newington keep that utility tax as well?
No, we never see it.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on 137? No further comments, so we are going to close this hearing, and that does close the hearings for today. Just remind folks, we do have, a work session tomorrow. We mentioned it many times over. We will start at 10 o'clock, and it should go through noon, and we're going to cut it short at noon. There are some other obligations. And it's going to be addressing special education and catastrophic aid, special education aid. If folks on the committee we know we're going to go towards work sessions dealing with various aspects of SWEP and the funding formula, etc. If you need to have, for example, somebody from DRA, Department of Revenue Administration, over here, please let me know in advance so I can start scheduling these things so that when we're dealing with a bill, we don't want to talk about it when somebody else is out in Arizona or wherever they may be, even if they're just up at Colebrook. So, and same thing is applicable to the Department of Education. Yesterday, we had 3 folks from DOE sitting over here, and I don't think we utilized them as much at all, and yet they were really needed back there. They got jobs going on, real jobs, and not that this is not a real job. But today, for example, I see Mark back there. And Mark, if you ever have something like we get to the end of this thing, and if you have some technical things you'd like to advise us on, fine. But there's going to be a time when Mark's a real ingredient to where we're going. And we may have some people too downstairs like Mickey and Michael down in the LBA. They will be maybe called up. So please let us know so we don't have to say tomorrow, oh, we want you here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It doesn't work like that.
We know we're doing special ed first, but we don't know.
Yeah, that's correct. But we know we're going to be doing something. Now, if we're seeing, I know that we're going to have some of these people. And I will be working on a specific schedule here. I'm already going to start working on it because I know that we're finishing up all of our hearings, maybe, but with exception of one bill, by the end of next week. And that gives us just a few weeks to get on top of this. So I'm working on that schedule right now. But I'm just going a little further right now and saying to committee members, if there's something you want to hear about, let me know that from an individual in one of the bureaus of the departments out there. Let us know so we can get on it.
We'll let you know that on Tuesday.
That's good. Thank you very much. And there are 7 bills which we're going to be executing for sure. There may be some others which we feel we can tackle within the limited time we have there before those hearings. So get together with your ranking member here or the vice chair right here. And if you have questions about any of that, let us know as soon as possible. There might be some bills which we can knock off real quickly. In the past, we've had opportunities where we've had one person from one side, one person from the other side speaking on a bill, and then we acted upon it if we knew where we were going. That's a way to really get things done quickly, and it works. Okay? Have a good afternoon, everybody. Staying late till late 5:30 now.
Hit your mic.